Good morning, everyone. We'd like to start the meeting. Welcome. Today is June 7th, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, and myself, Acting Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Tuesday, June 21st, and the July dates are as follows. They're the 5th, the 19th, and the 26th, all on Tuesdays. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our other office locations. Items will be called in the orders they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. There'll be no oral argument on any matter where a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by our hearing bureau. As a matter of courtesy, please turn off your cell phones. The first item we're going to go to in Buffalo is item 1337, Rochester Bar Concepts.
Step up to the podium. State your name.
Anthony D'Alessandro.
My name is Joe D'Alessandro.
Good morning. There's a
Good morning.
200-foot issue here. It says yes, but
Harvest Time Sanctuary, did we get a report on that?
No. Because I don't think we saw it as a,
I don't believe it's a real church, but they said
Oh,
to
it's a
post.
TW.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
you're
Tavern and
right.
Wine.
It's a tavern and wine, so it's our mistake. It's not applicable.
Okay.
Are you aware that the license at this location got revoked previously?
I was made aware of it after I submitted it. They called me and told me.
Can you
The
just,
building- Go ahead.
who called you?
Someone from the authority.
It also was a grocery store that.
Right.
And she said that that's why we had to have this meeting. They said that they had accepted the application. They gave me first a list of deficiencies, which I corrected, and then said, after review, we have to have this meeting because there was, the license was previously revoked. The building was vacant for many years, at least 7 years in my knowledge, maybe more before that. And it was a grocery store in what at the time was a not very nice part of town that we're actively, turning around, and we've had great success with it. And, to kind of keep that momentum going, people like nice places to go, and that's what we're trying to do.
Now, it only has 18 seats. Is that 4 tables? Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're going to have 12 employees?
I mean, to keep it open all day and, till 2 a.m, there's going to be, let's say there's 3 people working. In this day and age, there's a lot of people that aren't looking for full-time jobs. They want part-time jobs. It could absolutely take, I have a deli right next door that only has 4 seats, and we have 15 employees to keep that running.
so are you gonna have dancing here?
No, it's just a neighborhood bar. We're targeting mostly the people that live in the area. With the intent of them walking there, it's not going to be like a across the city type draw. It's just going to be your standard neighborhood bar to give some people someplace to go because there's really nothing there.
How big is this space?
It's a little under 1,000 square feet. It's about 1,000 square feet.
I mean, 1,000 is the actual bar area, right? The space itself seems bigger based on your drawings.
The overall space of the first story of that building is about 1,000 square feet. I think it's like 990 to be exact.
You mentioned in your application that every staff member has been trained to ID and spot deceptive ID cards as well as evaluate individuals. Who gave that training?
No, they will be. We're not ready to open. We
Oh, you
done
haven't?
it.
Okay, so you're talking
Yeah,
about, you're talking about ATAP training?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, your space here is 56 feet across and then 33. So that's at least 1,500. But I guess it narrows in here. All right, so,
Yeah, it's
You
an
know-
odd shape. It's like
yeah.
a corner building.
Right, it is an odd-shaped building. Oh, okay. It's just that area right in the middle. You just seems like you're gonna have karaoke. You're gonna have acoustic musicians. At times, just looks like a dance floor waiting to happen.
Pool table is what's going to go there, but the software I used unfortunately didn't have a pool table to accurately reflect that, and but that's what our plan is, or even more tables. It's just likely a pool table will go there.
Well, I
If
think
there's not-
you have to
there's not
update
enough
the
space for
diagram
dancing.
then, right? If they're gonna put a pool table in there.
Yeah.
You have to make sure you have it in the diagram because you don't want us to walk in and whatever you decide to have there isn't reflected in the diagram.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, even though this premise had been revoked, that was 10 years ago, and it's been vacant for the past 7 years. Given, I think, the location and the purpose, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, Albany, item 1340, Sage Wine and Spirits.
Good morning, I'm Jessica Rich. I'm here for Sage Wine and Spirits and any questions that you'd like to ask.
Is there anybody else up there in protest of this or no?
No, there's not, Chairman.
So my only concern, this is a general question, but I've noticed that all our package applications today, not all, but most have no protests, which is kind of unusual.
Are you complaining?
I'm not complaining, I'm just pointing something out. Anyway. But we'll see. Just want to make sure the notices went out properly, but okay.
It's on the gross sales
All right.
letters, and you've received the gross sales.
Right, okay, thank you. So you have extensive experience, you've Thirsty Owl Bistro and Wine Garden, you've been a bartender there?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Wine and Liquor Emporium in Ballston Spa? Is that open?
Is that the one on, if it's the one on Geyser Road, I think they might have closed.
It is the one on Geyser Road.
Yeah.
Are you saying you think it's closed because you've been by it, or you just,
Yeah, I drove by and I didn't see, the sign, and I don't know if I just missed it. I didn't stop. I was just driving by, but,
No, I don't have any. Okay.
all right. I mean, if it's closed, then I think it's safe to say there will be a public convenience advantage to have this open. Without the sales numbers, it's kind of hard to gauge that.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Can we find out somehow if that's open? Oh, the Wine and Liquor Emporium, can we find out if it's open or not?
What, are you going to run your business differently than the store, Midtown Wine and Spirits?
my stock will be significantly different,
Can you
yes.
can you explain how?
Sure. I'm focusing on sustainables, organics, worldwide small producers, and then for wine. And then my spirit selection will be very heavy on New York State spirits.
When you say heavy, do you have a percentage in mind?
Well, so the total percentage of stock will be 90% wine, 10% spirits. Of my spirits, I'll say probably about 50% will be New York State products.
Wow. I said, wow.
Do you know what the mix over at Midtown Wine and Spirits is in terms of wine versus liquor?
I couldn't give you an exact percentage. My perception of it is that they're probably 60-40 or 70-30 liquor to wine.
Okay. All right, I'd just like to find out if Wine and Liquor Emporium's open because we didn't receive any sales
Sent an email
letter.
to them, following up on not responding to the gross sales. That was in April. They also removed to this location in 2012. They used to be down in Albany. As far as I'd have to go on their website, I mean, there's nothing in the file here that indicates they are not open.
We can have Mike call them if you want.
Yeah, can we have Mike just call them? If they're closed, then I would approve this right away. At the second closest store.
So that's second call then?
So-
Mr. Jones here, I'll send him an email.
So we're going to second call your case. Do we just want to find out if that liquor store is open or not, if they've closed?
All right. Really get me multitasking here. Okay, next item is 1271, Mixology Group. It's reconsideration of a full board disapproval for their alteration.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Dominic Wade, owner and operator of Mixology Group LLC. Last time I was in front of you, we proposed an alteration with retail and storage space expansion. There was a concern that there was heavy opposition approximately a little under a year ago when I got my license. That they were not notified. I'm understanding that all the opposition has been notified of my proposed expansion, and the critical piece to the expansion in the very short term is storage space because of the number of customers we have and requests that we are getting. We just need additional space for storage.
See, that's not the way I remember it. I remember your application, and I believe we limited your space because of the overwhelming competition as well as the sales numbers of the other stores being flat. And we gave you 2,000 square feet for retail, and that was only in, I don't even know, when was that,
Like
January?
3 or 4 months ago?
It was
December. And then you came back 4 months later and wanted to enlarge double the size of the whole place.
We have the demand for that.
That may be, but
So I
that kind of
respectfully-
goes in the face of us limiting the space at the initial application, doesn't it?
Under the retail, I'm not asking for any retail space today. I'm asking for additional the loading dock and the additional storage space, which was in my original application, which was somewhat excluded when I got the limited of 4,000 square feet quota. My original application was about 4,400 square feet, of which I said I could do it in half, including the additional storage space within the loading dock. When I got the limited 4,000 square foot footprint, I have 2,000 square feet of retail and 2,000 square foot of storage. I was not able to include any additional square footage of the loading dock and the additional storage area. I'm not asking to expand my retail footprint, but essentially just expand into the space so I can store product there, so I can continue to buy bigger buys, keep my prices low, and enhance my selection because the demand is there. In the meeting in February, you said before I could even apply for any additional retail space, you would like to see me to be in business for at least a year. Within the demographics in the plan, you will not see me asking for any more retail space until January of 2017. I'm asking for about 1,150 square feet to use a loading dock to try and build an online business focusing on higher end spirits in New York City, as well as storage for the demand of the current population.
So when we first approved this, what were you thinking of the area for the loading dock when we limited your square footage?
It was about 700 square feet, I believe, on the initial application, which was just the storage area and the lower storage area. However, with the demand and the size of my inventory, after I've gotten to be an operator for a while, I need the significant more storage space, which is why I increased it on the application to include the 1,100 plus square feet, to include the whole loading dock area.
Did he indicate this? Does the original application indicate internet sales?
No, I got the approval in December on a subsequent application.
In September, you requested a method of operation change, but I don't have the details on it. Just give me a second.
In your retail space currently, do you store any alcohol?
In my retail space?
Yes.
Well, it's faced out on warehousing racks, but we've maxed that out, and then the additional 1,800 square feet is which the store is divided in half because we had to create a fake barrier of storage versus retail with the shelving units, and we're at full capacity.
The online sales were approved. Jackie reviewed it also.
Yeah, so what I have here, now you're just telling me you want loading dock and storage, but what you sent in was you wanted to increase retail from 1987 to 3,200, storage from 1,342 to 3,000, and the loading dock storage from 0 to 1,150.
Right,
The
that was
admin office utility from 400 square feet to 1,176.
Yes, that was my application for February, of which was denied.
Yeah,
My
but this is a reconsideration of that application.
Right, in which in my letter, I had asked for the consideration of just the loading dock, which I thought was what we were discussing here, that I was dismissing all the additional spaces.
I don't have any questions.
Well, I think we, came to an agreement at that time on the approval for the square footage that we had licensed you for, and I just think a few months later to come in and apply this way, it would have been a different conversation back then. So I vote to deny the reconsideration.
I'm going to vote to deny too. I mean, you initially asked to double the size of the store. Now you're looking to get 1,100 square feet. I'm not saying you'll never get it. And if you show us sales in a year that show that you do have a need for it, I don't know how after 3 months you're going to be able to show us that you desperately need this space already. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
Just out of curiosity, if I had asked for a warehousing permit, would that be denied as well, or don't even come back here with that?
I don't even know if I'd see that.
Generally, you wouldn't.
I don't think I'd see that, so that's up to you.
When he says he doesn't see it, it means it doesn't come before the full board. So
Yeah, I understand.
okay, just making it clear.
Got it. Have a great day.
You too.
C, local convenience. This is reconsideration of a licensing board disapproval.
Good morning, Craig Dillinson, attorney from Syracuse, New York, representing Local Convenience, Inc. And I'm here with my client, who is the sole shareholder of that company. His name is Abdo Mamares.
So are you aware what the problem the licensing board had with this?
I believe so.
How does he explain the fact that he was asked if he had a canceled license and he put surrendered rather than canceled?
his explanation is not a good one, to be perfectly candid. He had an accountant who was handling his applications for various licenses, including the application for the beer license, SNAP, lottery, and others. And the accountant prepared the documentation. Mr. Mabaraz did not thoroughly review it. I have discussed this with him since then and have expressed to him that he is signing applications under the penalties of perjury. He has to read these applications, make sure the information is complete and correct. He did not do so in that case. So we, as his attorney, were asked to correct the application, which we tried to do, but there was a deficiency letter that was issued by the SLA, and when Mr. Mabaraz came to us, we immediately tried to correct that application, but if the right terminology is that the denial and our information that we submitted to the board crossed in the mail, then that's what I think happened. So we didn't timely provide an updated application with the correct information.
And he clearly has a history of, or his former business had a history of selling to minors. What's he going to do about that?
That was, he was in a partnership with another person in a convenience tobacco store in New York City. He did not have as much hands-on day-to-day as he does here with local convenience. And again, not to offer that as an excuse, because it's not. He realizes that he's got to be at this store every day. He's got to supervise his employees. They have to be trained in order to identify minors and illicit identification and so forth, and he's going to undertake that.
What's the date of this explanation on 5E, the original, the financial disclosure page? Or is this the questionnaire page?
The date of the original application was December 15, 2015. And that was the application prepared by the accountant.
I see. But I mean, the accountant put it into, he or she went into detail about why his license was surrendered / canceled. So it's not as if he just kind of checked off the box, but must have spoken to your client.
That is true, and when my client came to me, he did not understand why his accountant had not reflected all that information in the application, because he had explained to his accountant those circumstances. So it was not clearly stated in the original application.
Yeah.
In fact, it states on page 14 that there has never been a license for the applicant or Mr. Mabaraz revoked or canceled or otherwise involuntarily terminated. The accountant simply checked the no box, which is completely inaccurate.
Well, no, he checked the yes box here, and it said,
No, this is the corrected
this is the corrected one, but the
I
corrected
think
one,
that's-
but the corrected one says it was decided to surrender the license and pay the $1,000 fine.
That's right. That is the corrected one. That's the one that we prepared.
But it wasn't surrendered. I thought it was canceled.
It was canceled.
Right, so the updated one also has the wrong information.
Yes, and if I can, Mr. Mabaraz came to us having received the deficiency letter and was trying to get his accountant to respond to the liquor authority timely and could not reach his accountant. So he came to us and we asked him the circumstances surrounding that license that was terminated or revoked. And his response to us was from memory, from about 13 years ago. We asked him for any documentation that he might have that we could review so that we could properly respond to the question. He had no documentation. We asked him to check his records to see who the attorney was who represented he and his former partner in the New York City business, and he actually went online and tried to locate the attorney and just didn't recognize the name. So he didn't have any information. So we asked him to tell us what occurred, and he did that from memory.
Right, so he just forgot that it got canceled.
I
So,
don't think he understood completely exactly what
right.
occurred.
The difference between cancellation and surrender was lost. The difference between cancellation and surrender was lost.
what would you like to do?
It would, if you grant the recon, it
You're
just
good
goes
with it?
back to the licensing board.
If we just grant the reconsideration? All right. I'll grant the reconsideration. This happened 13 years ago. With the representation that he will be hands-on involved now with the business to avoid the issues he had back then. So I'll grant the reconsideration.
I'll grant the reconsideration as well.
That'll be
So
right.
Thank you very much.
Goes back to licensing board now.
Thank you.
So much.
Okay, we'll recall 1340. And just so what we found out so far is the number that's online is no longer in service. However, there's another phone number and also indicate hours are 11:30 to 8:30.
Say that again? There's a phone number and there's,
Two phone numbers. The one-
Okay.
Yeah. And one online, the one online is no longer in service. The one that they advertise on their internet site is no longer in service. But they also indicate that their store hours are 11:30 to 8:30.
So should we wait till 11:30?
are you, is
I
that
mean,
going to be
that,
deciding for you?
I mean, we could go through the whole process, I guess, otherwise.
And they did report in 2013, when they were asked for gross sales, they did report, and it was like, so they had just, I'm trying to think, when did they get the license? The
Was
end of
that
2012, so I mean, they reported
22
like
miles, 4 blocks.
under 100,000. But we haven't had any contact with them since then.
All right. No, all right. We can proceed with this. You can recall it, and I can decide without. Is she back?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just looking over here. So, will you be sticking to that 90% wine, 10% liquor?
I expect to, yes. Basically the market as I see it, and I've had 2 years experience with working with wines, both at Thirsty Owl and at Divine Wines up in Wilton, has shown me that sustainables and organics, smaller producer wines are really very popular and are expected to grow in popularity.
Okay, based on the representation of the mix of products that you'll be selling here that currently isn't sold at Midtown Wine and Spirits, the stores, 3 out of the 4 closest stores all have over $1 million in sales. I'll vote to approve this application.
I'll vote to approve as well, based on your product mix. You clearly have a specialized product mix that I don't believe is available in the other stores. We have no protests from the other stores. The closest store is 0.2 of a mile away and has shown a significant increase in sales over the 4-year period. The other 3 closest stores are over 3.4 miles away from you. So based on the sales of the closest store and your product mix and your experience, I'll vote to approve.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anyone else in Albany?
No, there's not.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 1350, NY Wine and Spirits. And we have purchase.
Disapprove. Approve.
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman, attorney for New York Wine and Spirits. I believe Mr. Romano would like to make a statement. Good morning. I'm here with
Mark Ravage of Empire Wine and Liquor Superstore. We've been before you on March 1st, March 15th. We were generously granted a reconsideration, which we will be seeing on on the 21st. We just would ask that this be adjourned until subsequent to our hearing on the 21st, so we can be seen in a non-prejudicial way, because either we're not opposing this application or in support of it, but we feel any decision would adversely affect.
How close is
A
this?
mile and a half. And just to get on the record, the 40 Carmen's Road location, Sunrise, has still not opened, and there's no indication that they are even close. They're no closer today than they were 80 days ago when this board gave them, I believe, a 30-day.
But
60 days.
that's the one closest to your location.
It's not the closest one.
But it's one of the
you were
four.
Considering.
Right, okay.
Right. But we were just asking that this be seen. I'm afraid that if you.
No, I understand.
Right. Either way, it hurts us. That's it.
So what do we do? I'd like to speak before.
Yeah, oh, go ahead. then.
The request for adjournment, we oppose for a couple of reasons. Number one, you obviously have this long history with Empire. Number two, there are no protests from anybody else other than one person in their reporting their gross sales makes a representation that they oppose. Number three, the Empire store is a very, very large store, and this is a very small store. Number four, the product mix is completely different, with my clients representing to you that they will have 40% New York State and organic, totaling a total of 40% of their sales.
Who are your clients?
This is the applicant, and this is her husband.
Who also owns a liquor store?
He does own a liquor store, that is
You
correct.
think it's
Pardon?
appropriate that he's up here and you're referring to him as your client?
Well, I'm sorry, my client is here with her husband, who she certainly is well-spoken and can answer any questions you might have about
I
this.
don't doubt that.
And next, Empire is not one of the four closest stores. And finally, just in terms of scheduling, I mentioned to Ms. Held before the meeting that I am going to be in the hospital on June 21st and may not even be back by July 5th for some surgical procedure. And for this to be adjourned until then, when I am completely unavailable, and then perhaps unavailable July 5th, is certainly detrimental to my clients, who are obviously eager to get approval and open up their store, and for them to be adjourned.
See, I'm reading this application yesterday.
Yes.
And my biggest concern is that her husband owns a liquor store. And you keep referring to them as your clients.
Okay, well, I apologize for my misstatement with the plural.
For the second time.
Okay, with the plural S. It is my client. I have met with her. She is the applicant. It is her funds. She has had a store before. And there's obviously many, many, many instances of
I realize
spouses
that.
having stores.
It certainly is.
He is not my client.
I get it.
Certainly.
Good morning.
He has reason.
Well, we're dealing with the, I know, we're dealing with the adjournment issue right now, so we will get to talk to you. Can we have a second? Yeah.
Just to point out on the record, we had our application in almost 5 months.
Mm-hmm. We'll be right back.
I don't know.
He seemed very upset.
I can't believe that applicant is involved. I know. It's ridiculous. He's here for support.
You know, the littlest thing is this.
How much it does to be seen on the 21st, how much it does to be seen in July.
Well,
they have a lease and they want to open.
Yeah, we're
I know
paying
that.
rent.
Not nearly as much as we like, trust me.
I know, but they
Well,
have more funds than us. We don't.
Not after this. They're taking a huge beating. We've been doing this since December. They were taking Well, I'm not opposing you either. I just think you gotta understand, if they deny you, they're gonna look at us and deny us. They're gonna say, we're gonna deny you. If they approve it, they're gonna deny us. They're gonna say, we approve it. So I'm not opposing you.
He didn't look so happy, so I wouldn't worry so much about it. He didn't look so happy with us, so.
Yeah, but I don't
Chairman
think,
Bradley.
I think we may have done you a favor by, if you get adjourned. Because that issue, you can prepare for that issue.
What issue?
Of the husband.
Of
Your husband. You can at least prepare for, you know what they're looking at now.
Yeah, I know, that was a little bit.
I said, that's the clients.
No.
You know, you never know, like I said, you never know how they're gonna react to you. Like you. A beautiful picture, horrible picture of me.
I was just going to say, you're much prettier than the picture.
I know, look at the picture.
Yeah, you look like your mother. No
I know,
insult
no,
intended.
I looked at it, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, is that me?
I know.
Now, you said you're going to work on this, assuming they work on it.
Yes, so my mom doesn't work, so she can help me out. I can say that. And,
Okay. Will you continue your present occupation? Yes. You're going to devote 20 hours a week to the business and manage the employees. Okay.
and we plan to get a manager or whatever.
Other than your husband.
Other than my, I will not mention any further. But we gotta keep it light because he was really upset, so I don't wanna piss him off any more than he is, you know? Because sometimes their emotions will get into their decision making.
Yeah.
You know?
They've
And I
approved
tried to
more
speak,
today than
and
you.
he just didn't want me to speak.
Yeah.
So. That's it. Is there anything else that we can?
So I don't see any alternative than to adjourn this, given the size of this store and the fact that he was, his application is significantly, was submitted significantly in advance of this one. I realize you may not be here on the 21st, but since this is not one of the 4 closest locations, I don't know that that's necessary that you be here. We certainly could do yours after his.
Well, I'm a sole proprietor. I don't have associates who could be here instead of me, and I certainly don't want my clients to be heard.
No, I'm saying we could do it on a date when you're out of the hospital. I don't know that you're going to be relevant to his presentation at all, is what I'm saying, so it's not necessary you be here on the 21st.
Right.
Or your client. So we could do it when you're, in better health or whatever.
Right.
But I think we do have to let him go first.
All right.
Chairman Bradley, one question. Why are we being adjourned? If we're not the 4 closest stores to him, and we're not the same zip code, we're not the same town, why are we being
Because
adjourned?
there is this area of Long Island generally, but this county has an enormous I don't want to use the word saturation, but there's a number of liquor stores in this area. So anyone within any distance from you, and it might not be the 4 closest, it could be the 7th closest, is going to have an effect on it's going to have an effect on his application, and it may have an effect on yours as well.
But recently, there was 2 closures in the Massapequa area.
Well, then we'll take that into account, but there's no question that Mr. Romano's argument is correct, that if we grant this license now, it will have an effect on us reviewing his license, or his application, which was approved, which was submitted earlier than yours.
And I just would like to point out that we do not have anybody opposing us today.
I'm aware of that. But there are still 4, we do take that into account, but we still have to consider the 5 liquor stores that are within a mile of you.
And we do have 2 letters of protest that we received from.
Right, one did say that their revenues go down, but if you.
No,
look
I'm
at-
just,
Yeah, we
when
do
I'm
have 2
arguing the
protests,
merits now,
yeah.
I'm just telling you that there are 2 protests, so it's not correct that you say you have no protests.
Yeah, just because they're not here doesn't mean they didn't protest. So, I mean, I don't know if you want to, when do you know you'll be available?
Why don't we schedule it for July 5th? And if I see that I am not going to be able to be here on the 5th, we'll do it the meeting after that.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Okay. 1306, Green Lawn Wine and Liquors.
My name's Henry Warakomsky for Green Lawn Wine and Liquors. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioner Kim. This is an
Good morning.
application for a new liquor store in Green Lawn, Long Island, in Suffolk County. I don't know if there's any opposition or not.
Is there opposition? No.
Those
We do
letters.
have 2 protests.
Which store is Mark LaFleur representing?
Well, this location, it's in a big shopping center on Pulaski.
No, my
Road.
question was which store, we have a protest letter from Mark LaFleur, but he doesn't cite his store.
Oh, we can look them up. He's the 4th closest, Webster Liquors in East
Webster,
Northport.
Webster
fifth-
Liquors.
fifth closest.
Okay. Yeah, and I think just to note, in his letter, he wrote that a store that we had just approved recently, Fortune Wine and Liquor, 574 Lakefield Road, East Northport, that we had licensed them for 860 square feet, or approximately that much, and they actually opened up double that size. So if we can send enforcement out just to check. Okay. Sorry, go ahead. Now back to you.
There we go. Yeah,
Grapes, Grains, and Green Lawn, is that open?
It's not one of our 4 closest stores. I don't see it.
It's your closest store.
Closer.
Then
Oh, which one?
They're not open.
I think the closest is O'Neill's.
O'Neill's.
Yeah.
Oh, we
It's
have
it's in the
This is at 771 Pulaski Road. There's no liquor store there?
Pulaski Road.
No.
We're not sure.
Yeah, look it up.
Closest one we have is in the village on Broadway in Green Lawn, which is like a 1 mile away.
Right, no, we have that one, but we have our people found one closer, but we didn't get a response from them, so maybe there isn't one. You're checking, Jackie?
I'm still working on the, you wanted to follow up on the expansion, so I just need to get the number for that.
How many square feet is this store gonna be?
1,600 square feet.
And what's the product mix?
It's gonna be about, what's the product?
1 second. The other store that you just mentioned,
yours.
that was our previous. That was a store that closed down.
Oh, that was your
That
store?
was your store?
That we want to open up.
You didn't recognize the name of your own store?
Well, it was not our store. We're
There-
using that space. It
There
closed
was-
down a year ago.
There was a store right next door to this location. That's the Grapes one.
I'm not following.
Where we're located now, in the shopping center, there was a liquor store right next door to this location that was closed down about a year ago.
Okay. So you're replacing a closed store?
Yes.
Which is the store that you're replacing?
Is that the 771?
Grapes and
Pulaski?
Grains.
Yeah.
This is right next door. This is.
771 Pulaski Road, 769. But you said it was your store.
I meant like the store that we're trying to get licensed for.
I know what you mean.
I see. So you're replacing that store. All right.
Yes.
Well,
And this is
Any enforcement on
this is
that.
a big
It's still
shopping
active.
center.
oh, it's still active?
It's active.
Do you know the owners of this store? Since you don't know who the owners are? I'm looking at you, sir.
No, I don't know.
You don't know? And who's behind you?
His mother, she's the
And you don't know either? You don't know who the owners are?
What are your names?
My name is Ronpreet Singh, and her name is Sakuni Kaur.
And your father owns a license, right?
Yes.
I mean, we haven't gotten anything since 2012 from them.
You haven't gotten from the other store, you mean?
Right.
Okay. Have you ever worked in your father's store?
I have not.
You're going to work full-time?
Yes.
I think we gave a letter. He left his job.
Where is your father's store located?
Sunrise Highway in Bohemia.
Doesn't look like, we don't have any information on any violations there. Because your mother used to work there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ready?
Yep.
So this application is replacing a store that went out of business, 2 doors down, 1 door down, however it may be. It's 1,600 square feet, so it's actually smaller than the store that it's replacing. Sales for the 3 closest have all shown increases. So I'll vote to approve this license.
I'll vote to approve as well. The closest store appears to be 1.1 miles away, and it, as Commissioner Kim pointed out, the 3 closest have all shown some a significant increase in sales and some just a modest increase of the 3 closest. And it is replacing an older, a store that closed, although we don't know the year, but it was right next door and in the same plaza. So I'll vote to approve.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one condition is that it's active, you said still, right? 771?
Yeah, we'll send enforcement out.
So we
there.
got to make sure that,
Fill the
yeah.
letter out.
So,
All right, thank
Alright.
you.
I have my list of things to do. 1359A, it's a removal application for, transfer and removal application for Costco Wholesale.
Donald will get the board. Barbara, it's okay.
There are 4, so I'll flip through them.
I think Mr. Lynn wants to show us his map, so you might want to put that down for.
Shall I make an introduction of the client first?
Sure.
Go to- Barbara Kwan with the law firm of Dano, McMullen, and Panoff. I'm here to representing Costco Wholesale Corporation. With me, I have Anthony Fontana and Jim Stafford. Anthony is a VP of Northeast Operations, and Jim is the VP of Buying and Merchandising. Behind, we have the husband of the owner of DNS, which is the liquor store that we have entered into a purchase agreement with. I'll let Mr. Lynn go.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent 9 of the closest stores in this area. There are about 27, and I want to give a geographical perspective of this, which would be difficult just in saying words. This area is, first of all, the blue spot is where the applicant is. Should be, this is Oceanside, Long Beach, Island Park, Oceanside, Rockville Center. It's a corridor between the Atlantic Ocean and going into Long Island. I did this map first because it looks like it's a big area, but in essence, it's interesting. This is a 3 miles here area going north and 4 into Long Beach area. This specific space here, there's nothing to the east or west, and there's nothing here. This area is totally now desolate, arid, shorefront property. It's called Oil City. It's incredible. It's all barren. There's nothing there.
I'm sure she's going to show us that.
But she's going to show you what it's going to be. But with public convenience and advantage as far as liquor stores, it's just that only north to south, south to north. There's nothing here at all other than Bay Area, and Shoreline, nothing here over here, Bay Area and Shoreline. You're only talking about this area, and you're only talking about this area.
Where is it currently? Because 3705 is where they're removing to, or asking to move to.
Approximately, it's on Long Beach Road, so, which this shows for some reason in Austin, so it's about there.
Okay.
So
it's pretty close.
Okay.
Okay. Which I have a better map because I just wanted to show you as far as distance and geographically how this lays. Also, no residential in that area. Again, all barren, all arid. And the reason why I made 2 maps is because you can see the enormous contrast. All of the liquor stores in that area have red marks, and it shows the specific designation. And what it does show is that going from south to north, you have Long Beach, Barrier Island, 7 stores. Island Park, 3 stores. Going up to Oceanside, currently 6 stores. East Rockaway, on this side, 2 stores. Lynbrook, 2 stores. Rockville.
I mean, and I hate to cut you short, but you're also failing to point out that they're replacing one of those stores.
And I'm going to get to that.
Why don't we move ahead then?
Okay. The store that they're replacing, I facetiously say that this is like the Wegman strategy, where you buy one store and you remove public convenience and advantage as a question.
I think we're all aware of what their strategy is. I'm
Okay.
just.
Now, the store that they're buying is a 2,500 square foot store. The store that they're moving to, the new Costco store, is a 5,000 square foot store. In addition to that, as I said, no residential here, no residential here, no public convenience advantage, or a lot of times we have a big Costco or BJ's or whatever, takes many of their customers from the area. Absolutely nothing here. What does Costco do? Costco, just like the other big box stores, draws from the local neighborhood. If they draw from the local neighborhood, they draw from Long Beach, already having 7 stores, Island Park, 3, Oceanside, 6, East Rockaway, 2, and they're only 3 or 4 miles away. If these
Well, now you're complaining about Costco, though. We're kind of getting off the point of the liquor store.
Yeah, and then with
I realize that in your mind and everybody else's mind, they go hand in hand, but these are really 2 separate businesses. And whether,
It's a parent store. This isn't one of their independents. This is the parent store.
well,
And
but
that's a
it's,
significant difference.
but it's not a Costco, is my point.
Yes, it is.
It is a Costco.
Oh, it is a Costco. Okay, I take that back. All right, go ahead.
And I'm just saying, public convenience advantage, where is, either way, as the chairman points out, either it's a single store or it's a Costco, it draws from the neighborhood stores. All the neighborhoods, all 7 of these local neighborhoods are already saturated. And why do I say that? Because there's nothing to evidence that, but there is. I had put an application in for Rockville Center on Sunrise Highway. One of the areas right here, less than 3 miles away. It was denied because of PCNA, probably only about 6 months ago.
But you didn't buy another store. They're replacing another license. Now, presumably under your argument, there wasn't public convenience and advantage for the store that they're replacing, because given where it is, it's almost in the same vicinity.
Rather than being argumentative, Chairman, this is a removal. If a removal is more than 1,500 feet, it's not deemed as a neighborhood removal, and it's deemed as a new applicant. Not that you can disregard that, and I'm not disregarding it. But I didn't finish everything that I was going to say, and I'm going to address that. But it has to be taken into the context of everything here. And technically, it has to meet all the requirements of public convenience and advantage. Going along with that, as I said, Rockville Center, the board determined just maybe 6 months ago, 4 months ago, the area was saturated. Before this present board, before yourself and Commissioner Kim, LMG Island Park put an application in. And I protested that application. And LMG was a 4,500 square foot store going into Island Park, and I argued the same thing before Chairman Rosen and before Commissioner Green. Public convenience and advantage is not served. The area is saturated with liquor stores. Initially, that application was disapproved. Commissioner Green approved it. Chairman Rosen disapproved on PCNA.
We litigated that and we lost. The court said they were wrong.
Nobody lets me get through with anything. It came up again on reconsideration, and upon reconsideration, it was approved. What happened on reconsideration? Frank Buscemi, who represented the applicant, brought in letters from the mayor of Island Park, the superintendent of Island Park, many of the councilmen in the area, saying, this was a little after Sandy, maybe 2.5 years after Sandy, for the economic survival of Island Park. This was a Kings Cullen supermarket area, and the liquor store was going to be one of the anchor stores in that supermarket. They all wrote to the authority, and I have it part as my package, that because of the financial success of that area, for the rejuvenation of the area, it was imperative. They pleaded with the board to allow this application to be approved because of economic, financial importance. And the reason why I bring that up is that was 2 years ago. Now you're going to put another store closer to the one on LMG, where the entire argument was that the financial success of Island Park depended upon King Cullen Supermarket and this liquor store. If you approve another store that's even closer, that's now 5,000 square feet rather than 2,500 square feet, that's an inconsistent decision. Because now you're saying, well, we'll put another store in. Forget about the financial stability and the ability of Island Park to succeed. We're going to put in another store even closer that's twice the size of another store. In addition to that, that store, which they're purchasing, had decreasing sales for 4 years. Most of the other stores have decreasing sales, except LMG, which came into the area, and that showed $3.5 million in sales. However, that's a little bit not really evidencing properly what the sales were, because it took $2 million of sales from Pops, P&A Liquors, which is in Island Park, and it took away from the sales of the other stores, because if you notice the sales records on all of the other stores, it will show that most of the stores had decreasing sales within the year, besides, having the Sandy fiasco that was there. In addition to that, what you're going to do now is have a 5,000 square foot new store on Long Beach within 1.1 mile of two other big box stores. You have LMG, which is 4,500 square feet. You have Pops, which is an $8 million store. I don't know exactly what their square footage is. And now you're going to have this store. 3 major box stores within 1.1 mile of an area that has 27 stores all coming into the same area where the people can readily shop in the areas that they are. And what's additionally interesting is I didn't point out East Rockaway. I didn't point out Lynbrook. I didn't point out Baldwin until after. If you notice, it's a little bit different, because I didn't realize until my surveyor went out there. He said, Charlie, it's unbelievable. You should see the number of stores there. He knew Long Island. I don't. I'm a Westchesterite. He says, what about Lynbrook? What about East Rockaway? And even then, if I went out even further, there's probably even more stores, 27 stores. So I'm just saying that you have to take the sale of the store in proper perspective as to this entire area, this entire community. You just can't say, that, yes, it's just replacing one other store and that's it. And just as a social commentary, when, we have a big corporation like Wegmans or whatever, buy out another store and able to do this so that it can get around public convenience advantage. And to tell you the truth, I would recommend them doing the same thing to try to get around it. Is this really the legislative intent to have a big corporation be able to do this? Chairman Rosen always used to say, we always want a level playing field. Is this a level playing field? Can any of the other 26 or anybody else do what this corporation is doing? Again, social commentary, not really going down to the essence, but it is a consideration to be thought of. And then one other final thing. Should have water up here so I can. This is a parent.
There's a reason we don't.
For me, for people like me.
As you take a sip of yours.
Yeah, right, excuse me. Add insult to injury. This is the parent corporation coming in, all right? It's not that it's in one of the normal independents where they do lease, sublease it out. So when I use the term Costco, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal, and I do have it, a couple of years ago, where it was Walmart. Walmart was losing business in its stores. The sales for alcoholic beverages was not meeting its quotas. So what did Walmart do? Walmart used wine and liquor as a loss leader, just like they do on any product. So what they were doing was discounting the wine and discounting the beer to bring people in. I'm not saying that Costco might do this, but they've expended a lot of money to buy this store. They have probably an enormous amount of pressure to do well in this store. They gave up their Costco store in the 5 towns, which was interesting. The board disapproved it. They went to court and they got an approval, but they never picked that license up. Why? Because this was going to be their parent flagship store, they decided, so that 5-town store never opened up. So here, how would it look if their flagship store comes in and they don't meet their sales figures? What are they going to do? Quite possibly use it as a loss leader, go even below cost, and wipe out all the other stores, or make it a situation that they can't compete. Is this an inference? Is this hypothesizing what my speculation as to what might happen? It is, but there's so much pressure on Costco because of the money spent, because of the area, because of the development they have and because of the huge competition, it's something that might happen. And I think for public convenience and advantage, it is something that one must consider. And my final comment, and I know you're tired of hearing from me, but Article 1 of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law was just amended because of Governor Cuomo's big push with wines and liquors. It was amended that said that the reason the powers of the State Liquor Authority should be used to further economic development and jobs. I don't deny that this is a huge development and will help the area tremendously and create an enormous number of jobs. But sale of alcoholic beverages and liquor stores and to compete and possibly knock out all these other stores is in the public interest, and the ABC law does say you have the right to take into consideration the furtherance of economic growth in an area, and it has to be consideration. It wasn't there about 5 years ago, but it is now. So I would ask that this application be denied based upon public convenience and advantage, that all of these factors have to be taken into account.
Thank you.
I don't know, one of my clients here, first of all, could they go on record as to
Yes.
who's here, and then she'll, yeah, you can make a statement, put your name on the record.
My name is Ronnie Varsov. I own Long Beach Plaza Liquor. I was one of the 4 closest stores to the LMG store that went in Island Park, the 4,500 square foot store. I have been in business 32 years. In the last 20 years, for the first time a few months ago, I had to let someone go. I could no longer afford the payroll. I could no longer afford the hours. What we've seen, there was another store that opened in Long Beach a year before that. Just adding, we're not creating drinkers. We're honestly just splitting up volume. Another big box store is going to be destructive for us. We're all quite nervous about this store coming in. Some of us are one-man operations. Many of them cannot exist. We know there's no residents in Oil City, and we understand that if this store gets all the volume, then you're just pulling it from us. And we ask that for the families that work for us and the owners that operate these stores, that this application is turned down. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't think you want to hear from me.
No, I don't. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may, they were included in my May 17th submission, but I thought enlarged color versions would be helpful to show you. Oil City is purely destination location. You drive down Daly Boulevard, it's very industrial. Down Lawson Boulevard, and then you hit Daly. All you see is chain link fences. Oil refineries, recycling facilities, and then you get to what will be the Costco site. When I drove down there, I had to keep asking the driver where, because I could not figure out where it would be because it's very industrial and is purely destination. This would be the view coming out of the Costco site. All of this will remain in place. This is the view as you turn the corner onto Daly Boulevard, which is the road that leads to Hampton, which will be where the Costco site will be. This is the major road. You see trucks. It's very industrial. And this is what the Costco site looks like now. So there is no commercial activity near there but for industrial activity. It is a true destination location. Shoppers are anticipated to come from from Lawrence and Westbury, which are where there are membership locations now. As the board has pointed out, we are not increasing the number of stores. In fact, the store that Costco is intending to purchase is closer to the other nearest stores.
But you are doubling the size.
Yes, there was one miscalculation.
Not to mention you do, I haven't been in your stores, but from what I hear, they do almost floor to ceiling.
Yes, well, we have full pallets in there. So it's actually 4,800, not 5,000. That was a misstatement. It was an estimate at the time of the application. The store will be 4,800. That includes the storage within the store. And the size of the store is due to the fact that there are full pallets in the store. So just to repeat, we're not increasing the number of stores in the area. We're removing the location nearly a mile further from the other closest stores. And most importantly, Costco has a very distinct product mix. They focus on the larger, higher-end products. 20% of its inventory, 20 to 25 actually, I was informed today, is the private label Kirkland Signature. And much of the inventory is purchased to match the fresh food products, prepared meals at Costco. As this will be a destination location with 600 parking spaces, we anticipate that individuals who come to shop at Costco as a convenience will go to the liquor store and buy a bottle of wine or whatever liquor they choose, to mix with their meal and leave that location. These aren't individuals who are going to go to the nearest store that they typically go to and then go to Costco instead. We're bringing in the true demographic review here would be the surrounding areas such as Westbury and Lawrence where the membership interest will be coming in from.
Barbara, could I comment on the size?
Absolutely.
To help in the mix. There was a lot of discussion from the attorney talking about LMG and the fact of what their size was, I believe, of 4,000 versus us being 5,000. Keep in mind, for us to do 4,800 square feet, we're putting in 250 items, SKUs in total. If you look at an LMG, just to compare it, they came in and put in over just 2,000 wine SKUs alone, 1,300 spirit SKUs alone, probably 3,300 SKUs or so. We come in with 250, and let's take what would be the largest category, for example, would be vodka. We come in with 8 to 10 vodka SKUs versus an LMG that would have over 300, a Pops that would have very comparable to those numbers, actually over 400, and most have over 100. So our 8 to 10 vodka SKUs would have 2 private label SKUs that would do 60% of that volume, one American and one French. They would be all 175s or larger, perhaps one smaller than a 175, only one flavored vodka when you've got some of these that have 50 to 100 flavored vodkas. So our mix is very, very small by comparison. And again, you take that 4,800 square feet, you would see one side that would have nothing but full pallets down the side. It may have steel over the top with 2 items. They'd be 4 feet of each. The other side would be all full pallets, and they would have probably 96 boxes of fine wine in the middle, which consist of a lot of price points in that $20 to $50 range. Our average ticket in wine is in that $12 range, so it's a higher tier shopper, and the SKU selection is very, very basic. And that really is just because that's our model. In order to pay our employees as well as we do, we have to be very, very efficient in putting out all of our picking stock and inventory on the floor. There's no receiving dock, it's all part of that. The comparison to a Walmart, I'm the merchant side, Anthony is the operations side. I've been with Costco for 30 years. We do not engage in predatory pricing. If you wanted to have a platform and saying derogatory things on Walmart, I can help you. But we are not Walmart. We would never engage. Our primary business members are small businesses. That's who we're there for. Now, I know that doesn't help a liquor store because we don't sell to them, but we're in the community doing a lot of business with small businesses, with schools, with churches, and with the local community. So we are not Walmart. We have a much less or a lower mix, and we really differentiate from the competitors in the market.
And just if I may address, a statement was made by Mr. Lin that LMG and another store were only 1 mile away. By all of our calculations and mapping, they're both in excess of 2 miles. And I understand that we're comparing 1 to 2, but it is double the distance of what was stated on the record from a driving distance. Also, I think it's important to note that Costco does not engage in below-cost sales. So the fear or speculation that may occur because there's some demand on Costco to succeed at this location, it's not even worth factoring in because Costco absolutely does not engage in below-market sales.
In our experience in looking at the mix, we actually...
Can you come to the podium, please?
We came and toured the market. We went into, I think, probably 80% of these stores that are mentioned that we had within the 2 or 3 miles. So again, I can't say enough how different the mix is. You even take something like wine. They'll carry 200 to 300 box wines. We'll carry no more than 10 1.5 liter wines, maybe 1 box wines. The top 2 brands in the wine category, I think it's a Peter Viella and a Barefoot Contessa in the bulk wines. We don't even carry those brands because, again, it's not who we're appealing to. The top vodkas in the market, we may carry 4 out of the top 10, and a lot of the lower price points we just don't even carry. Small sizes we don't carry. So again, just trying to talk about the difference.
I'd also like to note that of the 6 closest stores that we were aware of and that we reviewed, 3 of the stores are doing well, if not increasing. I understand one of them is LMG, which Mr. Lin discussed. I think it's interesting to note that the stores that may not be doing as well, we don't believe that Costco's presence or an issuance of a license to Costco will impact those stores. We visited those stores, and while we wouldn't wish to say anything disparaging of local stores, there are certain stores that are very well managed in the local area. There are certain stores that seem quite neglected. And as patrons, having walked in and not being assisted for 30 minutes in a very large store, when asked for assistance, couldn't locate anyone, I think that's very telling of how certain businesses are. And that's not serving the public adequately as far as we're concerned.
But I'm interested to see which store, the closest store has shown an increase in sales, but
The closest store, yes, that's
and I think
the
that we don't have numbers on the next closest store to indicate. It appears they've gone up from 14 to 15, but that was only half a year in 14.
right. So
And then the next 2 went down.
right. The next one is Pickwick, and then the one after that is Pops, which is what is the largest store in the market.
No, but those sales have both gone down.
Understood.
Okay.
And those have declined since.
And then the
LMG's
the 6th closest has gone down, as she stated, significantly.
Yes. I entered every single one of these stores multiple times. I know that Jim and his team entered as well to mark the product differentiation and see what the customer experience is like. I will say that the stores whose business are declining, it makes sense from a consumer's perspective. The shelves were half empty. They were dusty. When I entered, no one was present. I thought the store was abandoned, and then someone came out from the back. Whereas the success of LMG makes absolute sense to me. I walked in, they were very bright staff, very well and very knowledgeable, and great customer service. So we don't believe that the presence of Costco would impact the stores that are already suffering and not doing very well.
You're going to wrestle her, or do you have something to say?
Mr. Lin, can you show me again on your map? Can you just put a little dot where DNS is currently?
This is the applicant.
Right, that's where we're moving to.
Yeah, right about there. I have a colored
Said it's
map.
on Vermont and Long Beach.
Mott
and Long Beach Road.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sure.
This colored
Here you
diagram.
go, here you go, Mott.
Okay.
So right next to the
This
other one.
colored diagram shows
Yeah,
the
this is
proposed
one.
Costco location. These are the 4 closest that we'd indicated at the time. And
That's
DNS
DNS.
is here, closest to the first 3.
Okay, just show Mr. Lin that. No, she's got a good map here. You can take a look.
Right there, okay.
And it's right here.
Got it. That makes sense. Got it.
DNS is a very busy plaza with stores to the left and right of it and a parking lot.
2 or 3 additional comments.
Go, as long as she's done. Are you?
Besides the draw from other areas, I don't know if I mentioned the population and demographics. Very interesting. Long Beach has had these are all the Census Bureau statistics from 2000 to 2010. Long Beach had a decrease of 5.82% in population. Island Park had a decrease of 2.14 in population. Oceanside had 2.4% decrease in population. Rockville Center had 4.24% decrease in population. East Rockaway had 5.83% decrease in population, and Lynbrook had 2.43 decrease in population. 6 of the 7 neighborhoods. The only neighborhood that had any increase whatsoever was Baldwin, which had something like a 0.2% increase in population. So the population demographics themselves show a decrease. In addition to that, again, we're talking about draw, and the applicant points to Westbury and also to Cedarhurst and the 5 towns. Cedarhurst and the 5 towns was one of the applications they put in, which I discussed, that was first denied by the authority and then was overturned by the appellate division. But the reason for the not being successful, the reason why it was denied, was PCNA, because they said in that area there were plenty of other stores in the 5 towns, especially the one south, 5 Towns Wines and Liquors does $30 million in sales. So the authority said there's plenty of sales in that area. So, and Westbury, there's plenty of stores. So all I'm trying to say is that these people are not going to come to this store other than the Costco, and there's not everybody that has a Costco card, and they're not going to come from Long Beach and everything else when they have their stores right then and there. So I'm trying to minimize the draw, and you have none of the current residents, and population and demographics has all reduced. And the amount of licenses in the area, it's interesting, I pointed out 27. So while I was doing my due diligence, I was shocked to see that from year 2012 to 2016, of the 27 stores, 12 of them were licensed from 2012 to 2015. Very, very surprising. So even though the population, the demographics decreased, you still had that's why you have saturation now. You had an enormous number of new stores. Now, I didn't really check out as to whether they were new or transfers.
Or replacing closed stores.
This is the rarity. But
you didn't check.
No, I did not. I'm just throwing that out as another
because
item.
the period of time you're talking about is also when, I believe, based on what I'm being told, that Chairman Rosen was not handing out liquor licenses like they were going out of style. He was very deliberate about doing it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. No question about it. And so was Commissioner Green. They took it, just as they scrutinize all applications, as you do, they took in all of these considerations. But what was interesting was what changed Chairman Rosen's mind for Island Park, which is 2 miles away on LMG, which is a box store, was the financial success of Island Park itself and the King Cullen supermarket, and he changed his mind because he thought that trumped everything, that was the important key. The other stores were collateral damage, and we were just finished with Hurricane Sandy, but that was the reason why he changed. How inconsistent and hypocritical is it now to approve a Costco store, which is just 2 miles away, when all of the people in Island Park, being the mayor and the superintendent of towns and everything, said, oh my God, we need this store, and now we're going to get a Costco in to take 90% of our business away? Being a little facetious, but it has to be a major consideration. The
Okay.
economic
All right,
furtherance of economic activity
we
in
went through this
area.
already. Thank you.
Okay, well, you
Thanks.
asked.
If I may, one final.
Sure.
Mr. Lynn pointed out a decrease in the population up through 2010. Our research showed the population from 2010 to 2015 as stable. That's a little more current. And we'd like to make a distinction between population growth versus demographic. Mr. Lynn seems to doubt that shoppers will come from as far as Lawrence, Brooklyn, Westbury. Costco studies and business have proven that that is not the case. There are existing members in these areas. Existing members come to the new membership store. Without that confidence and assurance, Costco would not be opening in this location.
I'd just like to make something clear that nobody needs a membership to shop at any liquor store.
No, not at all. But that is exactly the point we're making, which is that shoppers will come to the general store, and as an accommodation, the liquor store will be right there on the same premise, using the same parking lot.
To add a comment, yes, by law, we allow anyone to shop in our liquor stores. We surveyed all of where we have them in Connecticut and Boston, and it is very, very rare, single digit a week, where people come in and shop that aren't members. That's just, I don't have exact statistics, but it's not common.
And that's with respect to beer sales only. I mean,
no, that's
right.
no.
Oh,
That's
with
an
liquor.
except where we
Okay.
have liquor stores.
And to note, Costco's been a New York resident for 30 years and been beer sales for nearly 20. And it's my understanding that they have had 0 sale to minor incidents that they're aware of in the state of New York, and nationally have 3 every 4 years. That's the average.
Okay. Thank you. Final word, Mr. Lynn, are you?
One final word. Public convenience advantage, them giving a specialty item. You have 13 different varieties of vodka, but I would imagine that if you went to these stores, They maybe only have 3 or 4 or 6, and you're talking about the same situation on all the other stores in all the other areas. So I don't think you really can say that public convenience and advantage are going to be served because they have, quote, specialty items. They have big volume of items, yes, but not specialty items.
Any questions?
All we're trying to say is the mix is much different. In the vodka, as an example, we have 8 to 10 total.
No, I understand what you're saying. They're saying they have less a mix than the big box stores within the region.
Fine, and then how's public convenience and advantage served if you can get more of quality, different quantity and diverse varieties from the other stores?
Hi.
The private label Kirkland Signature, as well as a very well curated selection, a very thoughtful selection that matches the food sales in the adjacent store.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you for your presentations. Basically, for me, I think when I look at the removal, it is replacing an existing store, but I do have an issue with the size because of the general saturation of the area. I look at the sales numbers ever since LMG came in, and when you take the numbers, just for argument's sake, double the million that they had starting in July 2014, end of July, and to 2015, they had about a $1.5 million increase in sales. And if you add up all the numbers of the losses from the other 4 stores, it almost comes out exactly to that number, which I think leads credence to the argument that because there hasn't been much of a population change, I don't think necessarily that the overall volume of liquor sales, alcohol sales is going up. It's LMG's kind of just, I think, replaced the amount of losses from the other stores. So it is true, and this is before my time, but I think the compelling argument to license LMG on Island Park was for the development of that area, and there were a lot of public officials adamant about supporting that and how critical it was, which again then, to Mr. Lynn's point, bringing Costco and this type of size of the store that we're talking about, that does detract from the whole purpose of why this board and previous members, but this board had licensed LMG given the size that it was and the location that it was going to be in. So the way I come out on this is that because it is replacing an existing store very nearby, that store is 2,500 square feet currently approximately, and I would be and there is an argument for public convenience and advantage to having a liquor store next to a Costco for the members that come there, and the development of that area that we saw pictures of. I think there is an economic development argument on that side of this issue. So I would be okay approving the removal, but at 2,500 square feet, existing size.
Can you live with that? Because I got to be honest with you, and I have it written down on my thing, that's exactly where I am too.
Okay. Yes. Costco can agree to 2,500.
Okay.
All right, so based on that, I vote to approve.
I vote to approve as well for 2,500. They purchased a nearby store, and I realize it is beyond the distance, so it should be treated as a new application. But as Commissioner Kim pointed out, there is a public convenience and advantage to developing the industrial area where Costco is going, and there's also a convenience and advantage to having a liquor store in that plaza, with the stipulation that it be the same size as the store that was purchased.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got 1356 El Nash Restaurant Corp. Mr. Cooper?
Good, thanks. Jared Cooper on behalf of the License to See. I'm here with Alejandro Sierra, who's the manager of the licensed premises.
So I'm trying to understand the two disorderly premises charges. It occurred to the same person.
The same person. I mean, apparently.
So why that person is a regular there?
No.
So that person shows up on November 6th at 4 a.m., gets jumped by 5-6 males who had also been at the establishment. And then on November 9th, 3 days later, he comes back and then he gets into another fight with somebody?
Yeah, apparently what happened is in the first instance, he was outside of the premises after leaving, got into an argument with 5 patrons about a bicycle outside the establishment and got into a fight. The licensee's security guard called the police. Police came. There was a police report filed, and then 3 days later, the guy comes back to the premises, same guy, and apparently gets into an altercation with another patron. The security guard comes up to him, takes him out, and he gets into another fight. I mean, the premises is a restaurant with a beer and wine license. They haven't had any instances of disorderly conduct. I mean, disorderly premises. This was an isolated event. I mean, on 2 occasions, but with the same patron.
All right.
Okay.
So your offer's for $3,000?
Yes.
All right. I'll
accept.
All right. Thank you.
1353 Armory Wines and Spirits.
Mm-hmm.
You too? So I think might just be protesters here.
You protesting, Mr. Lynn?
Yes, he is.
Is the applicant here, or did you sign it in? I'll let him, go ahead, Mr. Lynn. Or why don't you put your name on the record, sir? Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Wei Ning. I'm applicant of Armory Liquor and Wine. And then I have my attorney is outside. Yeah,
Okay.
he's coming.
So just put your name on the record, and then we're going to let Mr. Lynn.
Good morning, Neil Visaki, 1110 South Avenue, Staten Island, New York, 10314. Attorney for the applicant, Armory Wines and Spirits LLC, serial number 1293867, located at 302 Manor Road, Staten Island, New York, 10314. Thank you.
Thanks.
Charles Lynn in protest. I represent Victory Liquor Corp. and Gandhi Associates, two of the 4 closest stores to this premises. This is an interesting location, pretty innocuous and isolated. It's on Manor Road. Manor Road is a street, private, a thoroughfare that has 2 lanes, and on one side of the end of Manor Road is Victory Boulevard, which is a major commercial thoroughfare. And as you go off of that, there are 2 liquor stores, Victory and the other Victory liquor store, about 600 feet away. The other side of, as you go down the Manor Road, you went to Forest Avenue, the intersection of Forest Avenue. Forest Avenue also is a major commercial intersection in Staten Island, and on Forest Avenue, close to that intersection, is a Pathmark, and in the Pathmark, big Pathmark Shopping Center, and within Pathmark itself is the Gandhi Associates liquor store. And then if you go down about 400 feet, you have Pete Milano's, which is a major box store That store's been there for eons, I think back all the way back to the 1940s, although it's had different ownership, but it's pretty much of a landmark store in Forest Avenue in that area. This store is in an interesting location because, as I said, it's on a street which goes through veritably a residential area. It's only 2 lanes. Across the street from the liquor store is an armory that takes up a huge area of the premises. And then to the left of that, across the street, is a synagogue, which isn't just a synagogue, it's almost like a center. The store itself is within I guess you call it a strip mall, but really it's just a Italian restaurant, a real estate office, and the applicant. And the only parking that you have for that up front is vertical parking towards the store, and even then, there's only 1 space that's applicable for the liquor store. In addition to that, this Manor Road is very curvy, and there is no parking. There's no parking right in front of the store, just this 1 vertical parking, which is very dangerous to back out into because you really can't see the traffic coming. And there is parking in the residential part, but you have to go up about a block in order to be able to park. No parking right across the street next to the armory. No parking right next to the synagogue center. Not only that, it's so narrow that they don't even allow standing. There's big signs that say, do not stand in this area. So I don't know, with the 2 major stores on Forest Avenue, one being a Pathmark and one being a major box store, and then the 2 stores on Victory Boulevard, that's a major commercial thoroughfare, and this being in such an innocuous, isolated area, I don't really, and a very small store too. I don't know exactly what the square footage was.
1180 retail. 1,000.
I don't know how Public Convenience and Advantage is going to be served, and I really don't see how he's going to have any sort of mix that's going to be any different from the 4 major stores that are already in the area. In addition to that, if you go Manor Road and you go past Victory Boulevard, there's another store on Manor Road, although so it happens to be a small store, but still it's within the, a radius of the neighborhood going in and utilizing that for public convenience and advantage.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that being said, I have to first say there were a bunch of inaccuracies, and secondly, there are other things that I want to point out that just simply aren't true. May I approach, because I just want to,
Sure.
I wasn't able to
Sure.
paint the picture.
Mr. Lynn, are they your clients over there too? Okay.
Before I get started, I just want to show you the one location on Forest Avenue, the closest
Right.
liquor store. It's actually in not a Pathmark shopping center, it's a Stop and Shop. You actually have to walk in the front doors. There's about 6 stores, and basically then there's the supermarket through those doors.
Which one is that?
The closest one on Forest Avenue. It's actually.
On Victory?
Gandhi Associates.
Oh, Forest, Liquor
Oh.
Depot.
So it's actually in
Pretty
a
cool.
big shopping center,
Right.
which is
Right.
always very congested. You have to walk through the main doors of the Stop and Shop, not a Pathmark,
Right.
to actually get into the store.
Right.
So, my presumption is that nobody's really going there specifically to buy alcohol.
Right.
They're shopping, and then they happen to be on their way out, and they say, oh, let me get a bottle of something.
And just
So-
to put their names on the record, Mike.
Sure.
Sorry, my name's Yates Liu from P. Milano's Discount Liquor.
My name is Sam. I'm a manager on the Victory Liquor Court.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me just take my time and really dissect this methodically, because there's a ton of things that were inaccurate, and I really want to show that it actually is, in fact, in a great location. I'll be speaking about a lot of facts, and I'll point out some things on my map. So while we're starting with the locations in the 4 closest stores, Pete Milano's Discount Wine and Spirits, 3905 feet, direct point to point. It's just about a mile away walking. So you would basically, from my client's store, have to go down Manor Road and cut all the way up Forest Avenue to actually get to P. Milano's. Great store, a lot of parking. However, it's in the zip code 10302. Not that I want to start juggling zip codes, but in fact, that is in 10302, a totally different zip code. But more importantly, it's in a totally different neighborhood. It's in Port Richmond. So I want to specifically have everybody understand, the neighborhoods involved and kind of where people shop. So P. Milano's, great store about a mile away in Port Richmond. I'm not going to take anything away from that store. And then on Forest Avenue, the closest one from that is the store that I just showed you gentlemen a few moments ago, Liquor Depot, which is located at 1351 Forest Avenue. And in fact, that store happens to be 528 feet away from Pete Milano's. Totally not convenient, buried in a shopping center, in the front doors. You can't see it from the street, a very small sign. And I'm presuming that unless you're actually shopping in Pathmark, that's not a destination spot. Nobody's going there. And I also want to point out of all the 4 stores, 3 stores, their sales seem to be increasing. That store in particular is decreasing. And by traveling up and down Forest Avenue many times over the course of a month, I'm just guessing, if there's no change in ownership, I'm just guessing that people are just simply going right next door to Pete Milano's. Much more convenient. Probably, it's way bigger, and it's just, probably much easier to shop there. That's probably why they're decreasing their sales. I may not be factual. Maybe that'll be for them to discuss. So now that we have those two, both in Port Richmond, different zip codes, different areas, different people shop there, we'll get to the 2 places on Victory Boulevard. So from my client store, which is 302 Manor Road, if you go, I'm going to just say north, heading up in that direction, you make a right turn on Manor Road. The first location there is Victory Liquors Corp., 1813 Victory Boulevard, point to point, 2734 feet, driving or walking 3,038 feet, more than a half a mile away. I will tell you that that store does not have any parking. It's on-street parking. You have to pay for your parking. There's really nothing convenient about going there. That store's been there for quite a long time. They probably have their neighborhood people who shop there, and that's the way I sum up that store. And then the other store, which is also, like Mr. Lynn had said, 600 feet away, going down, down away from it. It's that's also just about short of a mile, 4,974 feet walking. Although when I drove the car, it was a little bit more. So I'm pretty comfortable saying it's just short of a mile away. That's just at the intersection of Jewett Avenue. There's a bus stop there. Tremendous amount of congestion. I don't even think that store specifically has spots assigned to it. It's lucky enough to be adjacent to a small shopping center with a tanning salon, a bar, and some other stores, and I think they kind of share the spots over there. But that's not really a convenient place to shop either. So I throw in the 5th closest store, which happens to be on Manor Road, and this is my chart right here. If we notice, let me just. So, I want to show this. Okay. This is fine. So Manor Road. The red line is Manor Road. At the very end of Manor Road, it crosses over Forest Avenue several blocks. And at that point, you can make a right or a left. Travel deep into the neighborhoods, which will connect you to Richmond Terrace and basically like the north west shore of Staten Island. From my client's proposed store to that store, which is north of Manor Road, is 4,367 feet. It's totally on the other side of the Staten Island Expressway. It's in a shopping center as well, not on Manor Road. And so basically from that person's store at 760 Manor Road, heading up or down, whichever way you want to call it, to the end of Manor Road, there's not one liquor store on Manor Road for a distance of 6,780 feet. Quite a distance, because we know people traveling on the Staten Island Expressway, on Victory Boulevard, people channel down Manor Road. Now, Mr. Lynn threw in many times that it's a small block, it's innocuous, it's kind of a weird spot. If you probably surveyed 1,000 people on Staten Island, once again, my opinion, I've been in Staten Island for 40 years. Manor Road is certainly one of the major roads on Staten Island. Although it's 2 lanes, it is one of the main veins on Staten Island, undoubtedly. Some other things that Mr. Lynn had spoken about that's not exactly.
Can you address the parking?
Yeah, okay, I'm going to get to the parking if you just allow me for one moment. So I just want to talk about Manor Road for 1 second, okay? So from Forest Avenue heading up past Victory Boulevard, point number 1, Manor Road is all residential single-family homes. I'll be quite frank with you, that couldn't be further from the truth. Single-family homes, multiple family homes, businesses, commercial stores. My friends have law firms there. There's all types of other delis, dry cleaners. It's a great mixture. There are a lot of homes, there's no doubt about it, but there's certainly a tremendous mixture of businesses and commercial establishments on Manor Road. While we're talking about that, let's talk about other things on Manor Road. Mr. Lynn, 1 through 7, great, but number one, he didn't talk about the post office, the Staten Island Post Office, which is the main post office of Staten Island. There's only, I think, three post offices on Staten Island, 3 or 4 post offices on Staten Island. That is the main post office, and I'm not even going to begin to guess over the course of a week how many thousands of cars, travel there up and down and how many people they employ. I didn't go that deep into my research. I'm not really a numbers guy, so I didn't really, but that certainly is the main post office, short of Victory Boulevard, on Manor Road, on the same side. So people exiting or entering the post office, you must go onto Manor Road. So whether you go north or whether you go south or east or west, whatever direction that is, you must, you have no choice but to be on Manor Road when you leave that post office. Brings a tremendous amount of traffic. I'm on Manor Road quite frequently. Is it jam-packed all the time? No. Is it a main road? Absolutely. I told you about all the commercial stores, the businesses, professional offices, multiple law firms, and other dental offices, and you name it. So let's talk about the actual spot where my client wants to go in. So in that strip mall, by the way, my strongest point is not going to be where you could pull in and park 20 cars. Certainly not. But there's my client's proposed store. Right next door is Tom Crimmins Realty. I believe it's the biggest real estate company on the North Shore of Staten Island. They have over 100 agents. I had an opportunity to speak with him personally. He tells me that, so this store is located in 10314, but it happens to be in Westerly. Now, Westerly, he tells me, according to his mailing list, he knows for certain is between 7,500 and 12,000 homes of all different sizes in Westerly. Just 2 statistics I threw in here because I'm not really a statistics guy. Staten Island population is estimated, right now we know at about 473, 474. A professor at the college, he's an economist, he's a transportation expert. He says that it's going to be anywhere between 600 and 620,000 people, a 25% increase simply by 2030. We're now 2016. By all accounts, future job growth in 10314, which the client store is, over the next 10 years expected to grow 36.30%. Now, Mr. Lynn spoke about population. He's phenomenal with all kinds of numbers. I've been listening to him long enough. I just don't understand why in his little memorandum here, they talk about from 2000 to 2010 and an estimate for 2014. We're well into 2060. Maybe there should be a little bit more of an accurate number as far as population.
Yeah, but they are numbers.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That he's gotten from, I don't know, I'm not saying they're completely accurate,
No,
but
I
at least
understand.
is a credible source.
Okay, well, it's now 2.5 years later, and I have other numbers that basically talk about in another 10, 15 years that possibly could be.
What are they basing that on?
It's a report. I have a report in here.
That's all of Staten Island.
I've
you're
submitted.
pointing.
Staten Island, but look, I don't want to be redundant. I've been on Staten Island 40 years. I could put in
so
1,000 pages of papers of how Staten Island is increasing with business projects and housing and you name it. It's the place to be. Everybody, by all accounts, is saying it's getting more and more crowded. So now let's talk about the specific location of this store. So there are 2 spots designated to my client's store. Next to him is, like I said, Tom Crimmins Realty. I told you about him, how many houses he says is in the Westerly neighborhood and how many agents he has, traffic going in and out all day. Next, there's a dental office that closes about 5 p.m. By the way, Mr. Crimmins, and he's out by 6 o'clock. The dentist office is gone, so it frees up a bunch of more spots. Next to it, there's not an Italian restaurant. There's Pepper Jack's. I got them the license there many years ago. It's kind of like a bar restaurant. They also have a little catering facility over there. But more importantly, let's talk about the parking that is on Manor Road, that is on the 2 adjacent blocks. Okay, so Merriman Avenue and Main Avenue. Those are the 2 blocks that basically are on both sides of my client's proposed store. You can park anywhere on those blocks, and literally a couple of dozen feet, you could be in his store. So there's plenty of parking on Merriman and Main Avenue. Martling Avenue, the temple is on the corner, and I'll get to that big temple, but certainly if you go up a short distance, just after a bus stop, there's parking up and down the whole entire Martling Avenue. And on Manor Road, to be factually speaking, right in front of his store, you could park about 5 or 6 cars, and then if you just go to the next block, that's all parking. So, no, there is ample parking for somebody to go and patronize the store. And so I want to talk about two other things now. The Armory, it's presently active. It's home to the 42nd Infantry, the 51st Cavalry. They're open. I don't know exactly what they do there, but it's open, and I believe people, go in and out. Certainly, the people that visit that might not be on Staten Island. They may come from other locations. I mean, to have a package store right across would be like a wonderful thing. And I want to talk about Congregation B'nai Jeshurun. That's the oldest congregation on Staten Island. It's gigantic. It's literally right across the street. They're so big that they have an in-house caterer, Kaplan's Caterers. That place is like that place moved there in 1975. They've been in that physical spot for over 40 years. And I can't imagine over the course of a month how many thousands of people that go to bar mitzvahs and weddings and you name it, basically are right in that vicinity, along with all the traffic that goes up and down Manor Road, visiting the spot. I looked at the sales of the other closest stores. Like I said, the one store that seems to be decreasing is the one that's actually buried in the Pathmark Shopping Center that you can't see from the street. That really, it's the last place in the world anybody would want to just simply park in that shopping center to go in there to get a bottle of wine when you can go right next door to Pete Milano's. Looking at the map, I mean, everything basically, is on one side. These are all residential streets that run into Manor Road. South of the expressway, I'm going to call it south of the expressway, there's not a package store. I may have one or two other comments, but I think I pretty much tapped on every. Oh, and then the product line, not that this is the biggest selling point, but he is, in fact, there's a tremendous growing Asian community in Staten Island. He's going to certainly try to have at least 20% Asian wine and sakes. But West Philly, that area is basically a meat and potatoes area. It's all pretty much middle class, give or take a little bit. And this is not like Yuppieville or some fancy place in Manhattan where they're looking for all these special fancy wines and stuff. They just want a nice big store. It's got almost 1,100 square feet of shopping space. I was in there. It's a real nice sized store. His cousin has a store on Bay Street. We got him the license, I think, 2 years ago. He's doing phenomenal, and he really wants to mirror that method of operation with all his inventory. He's working. He's got a lot of relatives on Staten Island. He's got a couple of siblings who own restaurants.
So let me just go
on
back
Staten
to the parking question.
Well, the parking.
No, let me just ask a question.
Okay,
Hold
sure.
on one
I'm
second.
sorry. I had a lot of coffee this morning.
I get it. No, so in front of the store itself, this little strip of stores.
Yep.
How many spots are there
I would
total?
say you have at least 4 to 6. There's a driveway right in front, but going north of that, there are about
So
4
there are
to 6.
zero dedicated spots, correct?
No, there are 2 dedicated spots.
For his
Yeah, they
clients?
each have 2 stores.
Okay,
I know Mr.
everybody
Lynn
has
said
2.
1, but they actually do have 2.
All right.
Commissioner, and I think there's 5 total.
Well, they each have 2. They each have 2 spots. So the parking in front, he has 2 designated to the store. Certainly, he won't park there. And you look, all the side streets have parking, and on Manor Road, there's parking. I mean,
Are they,
Bill
is it
O'Neill's law
is it
office is
metered?
like right
Is it
there.
metered parking or is it
It's
just?
not, I don't believe it's metered parking, no.
Okay.
I don't believe so, because Bill O'Neill has a law office literally 100 steps up. Just on the other side of Merriman or Main Avenue is his law office, and I'm there quite often. So there is parking. I mean, look,
Okay,
I don't
all right,
sugarcoat things.
all right.
You're not going to pull into a 20-spot place. It's not happening. But based on the activity, the volume of people, where it is on Manor Road, the other stores are like really not even in the mix, different neighborhoods. One is north of the expressway.
got
I
it.
don't see how.
All right. Mr. Lynn, you have something you want to say or no?
Just, everyone always questions where I get the statistics.
No,
we don't
we
question
see.
it.
I
I
don't
see
care.
it.
We see.
I apologize. I'm just saying.
I see
sometimes
it.
different numbers, but I mean,
And you're-
I read I
And
did it on my car.
not that Mr. Lin, but your client, Mr. Lin, he lives in Staten Island now?
Oh, my client, yes.
Yeah, your client.
Yep, he's
Okay.
from Florida. He has a restaurant in Florida. His father's going to be running that, but now he's a Staten Island resident. He actually owns the building.
Why? No, I mean, why did he move back from Florida?
Well, he's got a lot of friends that live in Staten Island, a lot of connections. His sisters are in Staten. Oh, you can speak.
My cousin, they all live in Staten Island. 2 of my sisters own restaurant in Staten Island.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, as it was pointed out, Manor Road seems to be a fairly well-traveled road in Staten Island. Of the 4 closest, there's 3 with increasing sales, 1 with decreasing sales, but I think it was clear why the third store may be losing sales being placed inside an indoor market or mall or however you want to describe it, but the inconvenience there and possibly losing to the more convenient Pete Milano location. So I think the demand is there. It's been increasing. I think there is a public convenience and advantage based on the location and of this new store. So I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well on the grounds Commissioner Kim stated, and then it does appear that the population, while not significantly increasing, does appear to be increasing overall. And then the sales indicate, other than that one store Commissioner Kim pointed out, there's increasing sales in all the other stores over a 4-year period. So I'll vote to approve.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we take a bathroom break, please?
Yes.
Oh, no, it's okay. No worries. Totally understand. Speaking fast is better than speaking slow.
My favorite person. You don't bother me. You know that. You do not. I still love that was the best message ever because I was having a shitty day and all of a sudden I read the message and you go, well, I know you like the fucked up ones. I was like, damn, okay, I'm going to call him back on that. You got me giggling, so it was all good. Yeah.
My client comes in and says, I've been there for 30 years with my two.
Part of the thing is, if you get anything with renewals, Andrea just said she doesn't mind if you email her.
Okay, then I'll leave you.
No, I don't mind knowing because I want to make sure these people kind of like, I can get them back on track.
Because I am going to
said, oh my God, I'm an old lady, if I just called you a doll.
There you go. Mr. Lynn? It's his item. 1334, 432 Tavern Court. You.
I was looking for it. Charles Lynn for the licensee. One of the principals, Joseph Crotty, is with me today. Conditional no contest plea, $12,000 monetary penalty, and I did submit supporting documents with regards to their current operation, trying to meet all the requirements on a padlock order that the city had imposed.
Well, I'm just curious. Where, is this near a college?
Yes.
Yes.
What, Fordham?
Yes.
Manhattan. Okay, you had a question? Oh. Yep.
All right. I'll accept your offer to vote out. And on all those conditions that you pointed out in your letter.
And also, Commissioner, he does go to the local community board quality of life meetings, and he does go, he has a regular rapport now with the police department. So it's not just something that we have in writing, it's something that's become a regular part of their schedule right now.
Everything the community board and police department wanted us to do, we did. We put in extra cameras. We got scanners that actually take pictures of the person.
I received for one scanner. Did you buy 2 scanners or just one?
We had one scanner, and then the police department said, one of the problems we had was a 20-year-old would come in with his 22-year-old brother's ID. And then when the police came in, they say, hey, I got in without an ID. So
Right.
we look through the cameras, or now this scanner actually takes the picture of the person when they're being ID'd. So I could go and say, yes, he was in here. There's the license he used. It's his picture that's on it. And
So my question is, you've been open for like 6 years or 5 years, and it seems you did fine. And I got to believe that if there was a problem, we would have heard about it. It seems you did fine up until a year and a half ago.
Right.
So what happened?
Well, there was.
At least with the
beforehand,
underage
there
stuff,
was
I realized you had some other.
Police department, and that got the ball rolling. And so I'm not looking to throw anyone under the bus or say what the issue was. I think they wanted us to kowtow to them, for a better way to do. We're glad to do it. What they want, we did. We work with the community board. We make every meeting.
Okay.
It's in the 50th precinct. We work with the captain. Actually, at the last community board, there was a place called River City. They actually said you should follow Fenwick's. That's the name of the
Okay.
bar.
All right, I'll accept, given the, with the stipulations in your letter.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Item 1259, Orlando Deli and Grocery. You have to pull that one.
What was it?
Good afternoon.
It's
Simon
fully-
Shamoon, Camp Peston Shamoon, 8418 3rd Avenue, Brooklyn, New York.
What's the number?
1259.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
This is a reconsideration. The application is withdrawn pending the resolution of a criminal matter. The certificate of disposition was tendered via email.
Can you speak up, sir? I can't hear you.
This was a withdrawal without prejudice. A certificate of disposition was pending for a criminal matter. It was received, the matter was resolved, and it was delivered via email to the authority, and that gave rise to this hearing today. I have a copy, and I have the original certificate if the board wishes.
Can I see that, please?
Here, you want to read mine?
Yeah.
The original certificate?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
No, that's all right.
Fine. violation? Misdemeanor?
Discount. He allocated on the discount to the cigarettes, though?
This was the full resolution of.
No, but he pled guilty
Yeah.
to disorderly conduct.
Correct.
And he allocated.
Yes.
And the allocution was that he had untaxed cigarettes.
I didn't represent him on that matter, but that's
Well, you
what
can
I.
ask him, he's right next to you.
He says yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll grant the reconsideration.
I'll grant it as well.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Return to licensing, please.
Thank you.
Oh, here it is.
1351, Lung LLC.
They have to process a new fund, right? 'Cause-
I'll take off.
Okay,
Yeah, we
you got
always
it. Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, Robert Bookman from Bozeski and Bookman. With me is one of the two principals, Gavin Brown. This is an application for a small art gallery cafe in Hancock, New York, 48-person location, closed at 11 p.m. I don't know if you had a chance to see our submissions with the attachments, and there was a second submission from the town supervisor. I don't know if you had a chance to.
No, we have that.
Okay. My understanding is that the only reason why we're here is because of policy, and 8 years ago, Mr. Brown was a principal on a location in the West Chelsea Meatpacking District that had a CNC with a cancellation, and I believe that's the reason why it was sent to the commissioners, not because of this particular application. Is that correct?
I would assume that's correct, yes.
And that you're only going to be open 3 days a week. You're only going to be open 3 days a week.
That's right. I mean, I could discuss that ancient case if you like and what happened, but it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, and he's older and wiser, and
It wasn't a long time ago in my mind, but it was a galaxy far, far away from Hancock, I will give you that.
well, it was charged that started about a 2005 case, that nuisance abatement case. That's 11 years ago. And
2008 also.
Excuse me?
There was 2008.
No, what happened was, Commissioner, was a 2005 typical at that time nuisance abatement action, which we settled right away with the city, minimum fine. Back then, those nuisance abatement actions were designed to institute best practices that I was just negotiating with the city. So we agreed to things that were new at the time, like a ID scanner, tips training, stuff like that. 2 years later, the Liquor Authority finally brought the same charges based on that nuisance abatement action, and a year after that, when the hearing had still not been held yet, we had already closed the place, and so...
Well, there were 2 sales to minors, too, in 1007 and 22808.
No, he had 5.
And in 2000, well, all these allegations were never really adjudicated. We were closed by the time the nuisance abatement was settled with the police. I had to get this file out of storage. I have no idea about the underlying facts, but by the time it came, you guys brought it a few years after the fact. We were already closing, and I think 2 years after we closed, you accepted a CNC for cancellation and a bond claim.
And the litany of charges, it's not all about just...
No, I mean, the first one, the 2 sales to minor he's talking about, you initially took a 2 to 10-day forthwith suspension. Oh, I see. Then it just went to bond.
Yeah.
And cancel. Okay.
No, yeah, I really can't adjudicate this stuff from 2005. All I can say is it was...
No, but he's talking about
Yeah.
sales on 2007, 2008. I see what he's
it was
talking
a
about.
different operation, but, a different situation, a 4 a.m. bar in the West Chelsea Meatpacking District during those years. Management had got, he wasn't... he had a manager at the time. It wasn't working out. He decided to close the business rather than continue for what it had become, and he hasn't been on a license, since then.
Licenses get canceled for a variety of reasons, and if there was some set of charges that were somewhat minimal, relatively speaking, and here just though it was from 2005 ranging to 2008, you
When
got
when it came,
everything covered.
Yeah, when it came to us, I think by the time it came to Mr. Pizetsky, we were already closed for a year or two, because I think it wasn't until 2010 that the Liquor Authority voted on, January 2010, for CNC accepted. It says cancellation, it says for the record only. So we were already been out of business for some years, so I think that was the simplest way to resolve the old charges at that point was, cancellation and a bond claim.
Does he and his partner live in Hancock full-time now?
I don't live there full-time, but during the summer.
During the summer?
Is this a seasonal license?
It's not, I didn't file this application, it's not filed seasonally. They hope if it's successful this summer to keep it going on weekends throughout the year, or at least for the bulk
But you're
of
up
the
there
year.
every weekend?
Yes.
When it's there, open?
Yes, all summer.
This is a whole different thing from the Wild West Meatpacking District in 2005 through 8. This is going to be closing at 11 o'clock. It's an art gallery and restaurant.
Where's your art gallery currently?
It's on 127th Street.
What's the live music you're contemplating?
That would be very irregular performances by artists.
No stage or anything?
What kind of performances?
Performance art.
Oh.
That it's not professional musicians, put it that way.
Not professional musicians, but
Are they musicians though? You're talking about music, right?
Are they instruments or?
Tell you exactly what it is because it's not nothing's been planned. But oftentimes, an artist who makes paintings might also
Want to play? Okay.
Yeah, no bands. We're not bringing in bands.
Amateur performance.
Right.
Oh, but there's amateur.
For example, last year we had a traditional hula performance.
I mean, it's unusual for, in the New York Times to already write up, a review of a place like this. This is Mr. Brown is very well known in the arts community since the bad experience in the meatpacking district. His renown has increased. His partner is a well-known artist. This is a really arts-centered operation in Hancock, New York, and in what was a vacant location.
I mean, normally it shouldn't be much of an issue. It's just his history of, I'm just worried that this art gallery, and we've seen this before, where art galleries turn into full-blown nightclubs.
Could I address that?
Yes, please.
I'll be happy to, but it's closing at 11 o'clock, so it's hard to imagine it could be a full-blown nightclub. Closing at 11 o'clock. The town is really excited about it being there. Whatever.
And you made a presentation, I assume, to the town council regarding your.
I made a presentation regarding the kitchen and the restaurant.
Okay.
In the gallery, yes.
And they were in favor of it?
Absolutely. They all came to the opening.
So wait, this is a restaurant and an art gallery?
Yes.
5 tables, 30 seats, 3 art galleries, and then the music.
And closing at 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
The charges were, Commissioner Kim, it was many years ago in a whole different type of situation. It was a 4 a.m. bar in a street that virtually every location was a bar. You were on the community board then. You know what the North Meatpacking, South Chelsea was like as far as nightlife back then. This really is a galaxy far away from that. There's nothing that you need to concern yourself about.
It's his history plus the music, but I wish I could just limit exactly what the performance art will be. I understand you haven't planned it out, but I mean, can we agree on what won't go in there? No DJs?
Absolutely.
No DJs.
All right,
yes.
no DJs. So non-professional performers, but are they singers? Are there going to be singers too?
It's not a It certainly won't be anywhere close to be a nightclub. Music, I think, perhaps is a distracting item on that list because we're concentrating on showing paintings, sculptures, and occasionally an artist will come up and want to do something else. And we want to make sure we have that available to them. But it's not to do with playing music, having DJs, having a stage, having professional bands in any way.
Right.
All right. All right. I mean, normally with this history, but the location, given what your representation is, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well, given, and we're only talking about Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, or what?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Just Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay.
With an 11 p.m. closing,
With
right?
11 p.m. closing, and I'm familiar with Hancock, so I'm sure you're familiar with what will happen to you if they're not happy with you. But I'll approve.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
1318 BJR Restaurant.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, Max Bookman, Pizetsky and Bookman. This is a $5,000 CNC, and I'm happy to answer any questions the members may have.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
1264 Morande.
Max Bookman again. This is another $5,000 CNC, and I'm happy to answer any questions the members may have.
I just think that, I mean, while I have you here, just, I guess our enumerated guidelines, this would be 5,500, and I'm not going to send it back for 500, but, you know, I'll accept it, but just FYI.
And Mike, what's the status of the alterations that they did? Have they been torn out, or?
We went, so as of now, the space is not being used at all. We went before community board.
All right, so you're not using it, and you're going to go through, if you do use it, you're going to go through the proper process?
That's correct. The community board approved it, and
Okay, I'll
putting
accept.
the application in. Thank you.
Go take your father to lunch.
1323 Vita LES.
Somebody here?
1323 Vita LES. Marinello Trattoria. This was a default.
1 Nagel Avenue?
Yeah.
Nobody? All right. Well, it's been canceled, so cancel.
Cancel for the record.
Got it.
Somebody
13
signed that in?
I think the attorney who represented before was here.
Okay.
And I signed in for it.
1 Nagel Avenue, New York, New York.
Oh, thank you. All right, 1315 Cobra Bar.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thomas J. Murphy, 717 Broadway, Newburgh, New York, for the applicant.
My name is Marcos Mejia. Applicant.
So the city manager approves of this license.
I'm good.
All right.
You will recall that the
Okay.
All right, I approve.
I'll approve.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
By the way, I know Judge Vogt as well.
Every day.
Not anymore, you don't.
No.
He passed away.
All right.
1336 Bentley Wine and Spirits. Is that you, Bentley? No, you're the partner.
1336.
Good afternoon, Francis Buscemi for the applicant. With me today is Nelia
Let me stop you there, I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead, introduce them.
Shimanuva and her husband, Ben.
Okay, do we have any protest here? No, okay.
All right, this is for a retail liquor store located at 1207 Myrtle Avenue in Brooklyn, New York. Nelia is the principal and will manage on a part-time basis. Her husband, Ben, will be managing the business on a full-time basis. He does have experience in the industry. He was an owner in a store and has managed two other stores over the years. The store is in the Bushwick section of Brooklyn, which, as you're probably aware, has had rapid gentrification with young professionals and quote-unquote hipsters coming into the area. Over the last few years, there's been tremendous change. I've provided you in Exhibit A with a couple of articles which discusses Bushwick and the changes that have come about there. I've also attached, as Exhibit B, photographs of recent construction that's gone on and that's going to be going on.
So let me stop you there. What's the square footage of the retail part of the spot?
1,050 square feet.
And why, since it appears that the husband has all of the experience, why did they choose just to put the wife on the license?
It's the wife's, it's her money. It's gonna, you know, the business will be under her name, but her husband will be a full-time manager.
And she'll continue.
She's
being
a
nurse?
registered nurse. She works for the Rikers Island for the hospital corps or something like that. So those hours that she has there will permit her to put in.
Right, I have working 12 hours a day, so I work 3 days a week, so I'm going to be part.
So she'll, yeah.
And can you just discuss the product mix, or if they're going to
Sure,
do
I'm
anything
gonna-
different?
Yeah, there's going to be much, I mean, this is going to be an open store. The five, actually, the five stores that are in close proximity to this, the four closest, and I see the Liquor Authority. I have a discrepancy on what's the fourth closest. There was one store at 1102 Lafayette that I see the Liquor Authority got sales figures on. Mine, fourth closest was Bushwick at 459. Be that as it may, those five stores, they're all bulletproof stores.
Okay, yeah, and that's why I'm trying to shorten your thing here.
okay,
Just
I'm
tell
sorry.
me the product mix, and I think we can move forward.
Provided as Exhibit C, and as Exhibit C, a product mix, which is much different than what's at the other stores. And Ben, I'll have Ben discuss with you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Benson Shimonov. I own the store since 2001, BMG Brothers, and the reason I would love to show you all the products that we want to put it. We don't want to be in the competition with the rest of the stores, which is carry most of them the same products, and they're constantly in the competition for each other. So we want to become completely different stores. We want to carry some products like from Japan whiskey, like all the Japan lines, and all the single malts, bourbons, as well as organic wines, and the sulfate-free organic vodkas, also made on organic basis, and definitely with some organic wines line that we have, and we also want to be concentrate most of on the weekly based tastings and collect all the information from the customer, which is going to be iPad displayed right in the entrance of the store, so they could put in the information, so we could weekly send them all the emails with a weekly special, weekly tasting, and which products. And most of our products
I'm
gonna
sorry to
have.
interrupt you, but just, do you know about SMC, the 939 Broadway?
Yes, I do.
Have you visited the store?
Yep.
And do you know why they have had such dramatic decrease in sales?
I don't know why.
But that's a bulletproof store?
That's I have a pictures if you.
Can I see the picture if you have it? Yeah, please.
This is 939, that's SMC's store, as you can see.
Okay.
It's
All right. So I think we're ready to vote.
next closest to
Yeah.
Blackwell.
Okay.
Yeah, we're ready.
All right, I think we're ready. So based on the representation that all five of the closest stores are bulletproof, the product mix that's going to be offered, the open layout, there's definitely a public convenience and advantage to approving this license. I vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Thank you.
There are 5 stores within a half a mile, but they all are, or at least the first 4 are bulletproof. This is going to be an open layout. The spouse of the licensee has a significant experience in alcohol sales and clearly has a product mix plan that has been well thought out and is not available in the other stores. The area is definitely being developed and is gentrifying, so I'll approve based on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. You all have a good
Congratulations.
Thank you.
1349, 2260 MagCorp.
Yes. This is after hearing.
Charge was dismissed by the ALJ.
And I will agree with the dismissal.
Yes, dismiss.
Dismiss.
Have a good day.
Me too.
1263 Babylon Enterprise, or Entertainment, sorry.
Jerome Sussman from the licensee. Good afternoon.
Mr. Sussman, when you were last here, you said you were never coming back.
I don't hear you.
When you were last here, you said you were never coming back.
And I took that as a promise.
No, I said I will not have another liquor store application.
Oh, so you're still going to do this stuff?
No, I'm not doing anything else. Hopefully, this is the last.
Oh, okay.
Not hopefully. More than likely, this is the last time I will appear before the board.
Okay.
I don't like your attributing statements to me that I did not make.
Okay. Well, good luck to you.
I'm old, but I'm not senile yet. I don't think.
All right, so ALJ sustained charges 1 and 2, dismiss 3. So I'll dismiss 3, sustain 1 and 2, and 2,600.
2600.
Yeah, because $100 for the sign. Yeah, 2600.
You have something?
I just wanted to state that as far as that security guard, we're charged with having an unlicensed security guard, but Judge Cesare found that he was licensed, he just didn't have his card with him at the time.
Well, that's part of it, isn't it?
If you read the statute, that's not part of it. There's nothing in the statute that would show that we are actually responsible for that situation. We hired a security guard company who supplied security guards. The security guard had a license. We had his license initially when he was hired. And for some reason, the security guard did not have his card with him that day.
So you're saying that the general obligation law does not require him to have evidence that he's a registered security guard on his person?
Absolutely not. That's not what I'm
Do
stating.
you agree?
My statement is that
Tenure here,
it's not a violation by the licensee. The security guard was supposed to have his license.
That's been our policy.
But
All right.
the Suffolk County, the district court in Suffolk County dismissed this. And if you know.
Well, that happened. We get dismissals in here all the time. That doesn't have a lot to.
But this is Suffolk County. This is not New York City.
Well.
In Suffolk County, as in Nassau County, to get a dismissal is, you've got to have a meritorious defense. Obviously, the security guard presented his license to the court at that point, and the court dismissed the case.
26.
It wasn't that he was
You're
not
welcome to appeal it, and you may be right. And if you win on appeal, I don't agree with you. But if you win on appeal, then it won't be 2,600, but it's 2,600 today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
1279 through 1281, lower level lounge.
And here's the issue.
Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi. I put in a written controversy detailing the law, and I believe the law.
Yeah, you don't have to go into it. I think
we went through this last time, too.
Well,
Through
as
this
to going
exercise.
through it, I've never.
No, this is what you were telling me about, right? Yeah, this time I do think you probably are correct. I didn't agree with you last time, but here I understand what he's doing.
I did advocate for you a little bit, Mr. Mailer.
Thank you very much, Ms. Flug. I appreciate when council.
This is the one that,
Thank you.
he doesn't have jurisdiction to,
They were still unlicensed. However, I think the additional
charged the
issues
wrong-
that you raised were correct.
You
Thank
go first, so.
okay, so what do
I
you,
would sustain the first charge and the first proceeding, and I would dismiss the charges in the second and the third.
okay. So we're going to dismiss charges 3 and 4 in the first proceeding, 1 in the second proceeding, and 1 in the third proceeding. And you want to add that up for me?
Yeah, 35, well, so 3,500, I think.
3,500.
Yep, 3,500.
Good. Thank you.
The 1308, Mystique NYC.
Mystique is a licensing application. As I understand it, there's a representative of the community board here. So do you want him to speak first?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, and Acting Secretary Held. My name is John Katsanos. I'm a transactional attorney. I normally do not practice before the SLA. I'm here in my capacity as a board member of Queens Community Board Number 1 in New York City, and I'm also the chairperson of the Consumer Affairs Committee of, I'll refer to the board as CB1 in part, that handles the community board's recommendations for cabaret, sidewalk, and liquor license applicants. On March 14th, the Consumer Affairs Committee of Queens Community Board Number 1 met with the applicant, his legal representative, Mr. Miller, and other supposed third-party persons. During such meeting, the applicant, his legal representative, and the other persons made certain representations. The applicant appeared to make certain misleading statements, which I'll get into. The applicant, or through his attorney, submitted a 30-day defective advance notice with not having exotic dancing checked off, which I'll get into. And the applicant apparently provided us a fraudulent or false approximate 1,200-person, 91-page petition in support of the applicant.
Okay, we have a very detailed submission. I don't know whether you did it or someone from your community board did it. If your plan is to go through that, I've read it twice. So if your plan is to go through that, that's not necessary for me. I don't know if it's necessary for Commissioner Kim. What I do want to know is if you've had conversations, or your board has had conversations with the police department, and what the conversations with the police department were, and what was the response you got. And well, we'll start there.
Chairman Bradley, to address your first question, we did have conversations with the police department as well as community with respect to public safety issues as well as quality of life issues. To address first the 114th precinct, they, as you know through your letter, have shown that they were at the applicant's proposed location. There used to be 2 prior gentlemen's clubs. From approximately, as you can see in your letter, from 2013 to 2007, there were 5 years of significant complaints against a gentleman's club called Phenomenon, and according to the 114th precinct, they informed me that those were mainly criminal. Then that gentleman's establishment, Phenomenon, closed in 2008. I don't know if it was subject of a March order, but it was definitely subject to a lot of police activity, and the 114th emphasized how much it drained its police resources. And that particular location, they would have to be worried at late at night whether their officers would get shot or not. And there was significant concern whether there'd be residual issues from not necessarily whether it be the patrons, possibly patrons, potentially other things that were drawn to that area. And there's significant criminal elements that also had created a lot of criminal activity surrounding that particular location. Subsequent to that period, from 2009 to about 2014, there were 6 years of significant criminal activity with another gentleman's club called Perfections Pure. And they were also closed down in 2015. I think they might have been, I'm not 100% sure on that, whether it might have been subject to a March order. But again, it was the 114th precinct expressing significant concern about its drain of resources, from the extended criminal element and violence and crime that was basically stemming from that particular location and surrounding area that really effectively stemmed from that location. And they would also say that effectively from the early morning hours, they had concern if you were maybe from like 2 to, I don't know if it's 2 to 4 or 2 to 5, whatever they said, they had concern where their officers would be shot. And aside from the drain of police resources, not being able to dedicate that to other parts of the community. That's then the 114th precinct, in conjunction with the community, also talked about the public safety as well as quality of life. And there's significant concern that once again, now we're getting a third gentleman's club, the same location that's been a hot spot for the community with significant crime. That is not. I understand the liquor license from my limited understanding. These are privileges. These aren't rights to a license. And as a privilege, those business interests are balanced with the community interests, as you're all very well aware. And we'd like to hopefully, respectfully, that those community interests are taken into consideration where we envision our community should be, which is reduce crime and not having police resources drained from that particular location. That's to answer your first part.
That's the answer. That's all I needed. Do you have any questions for him? Nope. We'll let you get back up if you want to respond, but right now, why don't we let them go?
Chairman Bradley, I'd like to make a comment about the fraudulent petition. It's very important. I'd like to explain how I tested it.
Okay.
Thank you. So basically, the applicant came before us without giving us notice, comes with a box full of these 91-page petitions, which I'll gladly give you a copy of. And he alleges to me that he has strong community support, 1,200 signatures. I looked at the signatures. I was like, well, we haven't really had the opportunity to review it right now before the Consumer Affairs Committee. We're going to have to put this aside. We're going to have to review it afterwards. And even after when he was leaving, he emphasized again to me, it's part of it, that the 1,200 that he collected. He made these statements to me personally. He collected these 1,200 signatures, and he planned to have a classy gentleman's club as well as a community center by day, and he hoped to get community support. So he twice told me that he collected the signatures, and even if he were to allege that basically that he didn't make that some third party collected those signatures, he still made those statements to me about collecting those signatures to me personally and to the Consumer Affairs Committee, as well as also he should be held accountable for the veracity of a voluminous petition that should be considered part of the administrative process when he's submitting it as a public record. Now, to get to the petition, I first looked at the petition. I had said, let me just test it. Let me look at my own address, 2172 42nd Street, between Ditmars Boulevard and 21st Avenue in Astoria. On that petition, there's an address 21-73, which is 42nd Street, which is the address supposedly right adjacent to my home address, except for the fact that my address, there's 2172, and there's a 2174, and the odd numbers would be across the street. 2173 does not exist. Then we started testing it some more. I contacted someone on 45th Street, or like on parallel, city long blocks, in the same, between the same avenues. And I basically talked to a resident there, and he noted that the person that signed his 45th Street address did not even ever live at such address. He never heard of such person. And then also, he looked at some of the neighbors, supposed alleged neighbors on this petition, that signed this petition, and he's never heard of them either, and he's been a lifelong resident.
I think we get the picture.
But we tested it against the voter registration file.
As I said, I read your letter twice. We're not doing a performance for these people. This is for us, and we have all that information, and I have read it, and I understand it.
But I have three requests from the SLA. Could I at least mention those? The three requests are, first, that you deny the liquor license applicant based on CB1's bases that are mentioned in the letter. Second, that the applicant be suspended or barred from submitting any further liquor license applications to the SLA based on an apparent fraudulent or false petition to the community board.
Will you send me a statute that allows me to do that, and I'll follow it?
I don't have. Then third, as a law clerk, at least to two federal judges, whenever we would come across something that was fraudulent or false during a proceeding, we would be legally obligated to recommend to another governmental agency. Usually on the federal level is the U.S. Attorney's Office. I'm also requesting that this apparent fraudulent or apparent false petition be referred to the applicable government entity to investigate how and to investigate such a submission to a state agency. That is a significant issue.
Well, I don't have it, and
I'd like
since
to-
you are also a government entity, so you're welcome to refer to whoever you want to. That I can tell you, but we're not. I don't even know that it's been submitted to me, and so, like I said, your community board certainly is welcome to refer that to whoever they feel is appropriate.
Thank you, Chairman.
I don't think it was submitted to us.
Mr. Chairman, I've been for a long, long time, and I've never, ever encountered a community board as this one. We walked into that community board. We wanted to speak to the community board. The community board's chairman, who's standing here, refused to allow us to speak to the members. He said, I will be asking all of the questions, you will be answering the questions, and we will not diverge, we won't go off of that. Now, take this from the top. He keeps saying we're supplying fraudulent documents. He refers to the notice that went to the community board. It was clearly checked off that this is going to be a topless bar. It was clearly checked off that there was going to be.
Yeah, let me tell you what I'm focusing on. I'm focusing on the history at the location.
Okay.
And the drain on police resources. The other things, I understand they're upset because they need people to come in and tell them, you know, they feel if there's an error in an application that it was done intentionally. I don't have that luxury. But the two things I am focused on is the police focus and the fact that this clearly has been a significant drain on the resources every time it's opened.
May I could.
And I will, for me personally, while you're going to address all these issues, for me personally, the fraudulent petitions are a big deal for me.
Well, you can look at those petitions. Those petitions were
The alleged
obtained-
fraudulent.
Well,
I don't think they were
alleged.
submitted to us, though.
An allegation
No,
is a statement without.
No, well,
any
he
basis in
submitted.
fact.
Well, he submitted this chart here that shows no list, no list, no list. Who's not no matches.
But I mean, I don't know that the
Oh, I haven't seen the
signatures-
original
Yeah, they
ones,
weren't
no.
submitted to
Right,
us.
but the allegation that they're making about this, the non-matching names.
Well, the licensee can address that, in that he was the one that organized these petitions. But I'd like to address the chairman's two questions. Number one, no one is in a better position to refute any of allegations of problems with the area or that there will be a problem with this area than this gentleman. This board approved this gentleman 3 years ago at a place where the community board number 2 in Manhattan had the same complaints that are being leveled at the board today. You got to understand something. This premises is not within 500 feet of 3 other existing premises. As a result of that, Circus Disco still has tremendous significance here. You can't rely on the statements of third parties to make a determination with respect to whether.
But I can rely on the past history of the location.
No, you can't.
And the drain on police resources.
No, you
And we've
can't.
also litigated the community interest on good cause, and we've won that issue.
I'm sorry, what?
We've also litigated the issue on non-500-foot community opposition cases, and we've won those cases recently.
No, I mean not just. But hear me out. Not on the facts and circumstances that we have here. This is a gentleman that was approved. This was a gentleman that was approved by this board 3 years ago in community board number 2, which had tremendous opposition to what he was running. He was running a topless bar, a gentleman's club in the lower west side of New York. He proved for a period of 2.5 years you didn't hear one peep from this place, not one allegation, not one complaint, not one hue and cry by the police, close this place down. Mystique operated along the West Side Highway and had no problems with this agency. There are no other places within 500. There are 3 other places within 500 feet of this place. It is a 60-40 establishment. 60% of this establishment will not be topless. It will be a nightclub. It will be, well, not so much a nightclub. It will be a catering establishment for the people in the area, and will have nothing to do with topless. But the bottom line is that this gentleman has a proven track record of not having any problems and running the very establishment that he's attempting to run now. Now, with respect to your remark relating to the previous history, The case law is very simple. The previous history, the remarks of third parties cannot be attributed to a licensee that had nothing to do with that previous history. And you couple that with the fact that this gentleman has shown that he can run a premises in a very reputable manner, and it was a topless bar, and it had no problems with the community and had no problems with the police. I submit to you that whatever previous history the premises did have, it cannot, by law, cannot be attributed to him because he had nothing to do with what went on before him. He's not going to run some sort of sleazy operation. We have an ideal situation here. We have a premises that's specifically zoned 6040. I'm going to take a sidestep for a moment. In 1996, the city of New York decided to do away with topless bars except for certain areas. They did allow for a concept known as 6040. And the reason they allowed for the 6040 concept is they didn't want to run afoul of the First Amendment, which allows for freedom of expression. So as a result of that, you had to file with the city of New York specific plans showing that you met the 6040 criteria. I can show you the certificate of occupancy of this place. It's very clear that the city of New York understands that less than 40% of this premises is going to be devoted to adult entertainment, and that is perfectly permitted. This man has no problems, or had no problems in the past, and I submit, if you just rely on what the community board is telling you, that is improper based on Circus Disco.
The community board is not just telling me this. I have records from the SLA that canceled the license in 2014.
I understand.
So that's not the community board telling me that.
I understand that. But
and we also have the enforcement actions from the other license. They didn't come from the community board.
I'm not stating that may or may not have happened. That's irrelevant to your determination.
And I don't.
Today.
You may find that to be the case. I don't. And you may be correct, but I don't believe you are. But
can I just say one?
But I do want you to deal. He clearly wants answers to the petition question, which there is some indication here that addresses were made up. So why don't you have your client?
Before we do that, this gentleman has been before the 114th precinct. Specifically, he was in front of an Edwin Negron, who specifically he's a detective. He specifically wanted to see him, and apparently, when they finished their meeting, he was quite pleased with the responses of the client. I'll let the client address that personally, but in terms of these addresses and in terms of these signatures, these were legitimate signatures that he was able to obtain. Go ahead.
Yes. How you guys doing? I'm Thomas Wolf. Addressing your point with the signatures. Addressing your point with the
put the mic closer to you, please?
Addressing your point with the signatures. I had me and my guys. We stood up on Ditmars Boulevard, and we asked people. We explained what we were going to do down there, and we asked them for their support if they lived in the area. First, we asked them if they lived in the area. If they said yes, we explained what we wanted to do down there, what type of operation we wanted to run, and then we asked for their support. And then we asked for them to sign and put their address down. Now, granted, I didn't ask to see a driver's license, but I took the people at their word that they did live in that area. And, they did take the time out to listen to us talk. I had a group of people up there, and they took the time to listen to us talk and explain it, and then signed and wrote their names. If this gentleman is saying that there are some addresses wrong and some people don't live there, I can't state to that fact if they don't, but I don't think somebody would take the time to listen to me speak about what type of business in the area if they just there to hear me talk and then sign a piece of paper. Also, to address the point where this area has been bad into the police department, we do intend to have two security firms there on things. They're both run by two by two retired police detectives, one lieutenant, one detective. Basically, one is precinct security, and the other one is a company newly forming right now. So we do intend to have two groups of retired police officers doing my security on both sides and in entire. We'll always have a retired police officer, at least one or two there every night that we're open.
And I don't know where I saw this. The community board raised something about you coming to a meeting and discussing that you were going to have a community center? Is that the catering hall?
That's the 60/40.
That's the catering hall? Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
What was stated to the board, what little we could say, is that there's a very large Bangladesh,
No, I understand.
and we brought people from the Bangladesh community there that wanted
They had a restaurant.
catering establishment because they had to go way out in Long Island to.
Staten Island, Staten
I'm sorry,
Island.
Staten Island, to facilitate what they wanted. That's what
Weddings,
we were trying
parties.
to explain. We weren't allowed to ask questions. We weren't allowed to at least ask for stipulations. We weren't allowed anything. It was a very curt and abrupt meeting wherein we were told that this whole thing about exotic dancing as opposed. We said topless dancing. We said.
We weren't allowed to go to the community board meeting itself.
We weren't allowed to get up and say anything. We had a chef there. We still have a chef who's going to be a full-time chef. He's listed in the application as one of the managers chef. We have somebody. If you look at history, look at his history at Mystique, the other place that he had. He was forced out of there because there was a demolition clause in the lease, and the landlord decided to convert it to a hotel or something.
In my experience
He was forced
prior.
out of that. And he's a restaurateur that was licensed by the liquor authority and didn't have any problems in that area either. So we're not looking at somebody who has no experience and is not directly involved in the type of industry that he wants to have there. And the city of New York zoned it, allowed for a CO specifically for that purpose. If you want to see it, I'll show it to you.
No, I believe you.
So I don't understand how the previous history is so it happened. I know reason to doubt that it didn't happen. It cannot be attributed to this man. The case law is clear that it can't be attributed to this man.
But,
he had nothing to do with what took place before that, and has run a tight ship in other areas where there was great concern by a community.
You have any
Mr.
questions?
Maller, this location has a reputation and attracts a certain crowd. What is your client going to do to make sure it's changed?
He can address it directly, but the place he had in Mystique was even worse. It was one of the last whorehouses that was in the area. The community board came before you and said that. He cleaned it up. He made it bright. He would have agreed to reasonable stipulations by the community board as to lettering, as to signs, but no, they didn't want to hear anything. This man has a track record of taking an area that was a hellhole and converting it into an upscale men's club.
So I'm asking, what are you going to do to change
What we intend to change is the way that they operate there. Basically, our statute is basically 23 for women, 25 for men to get into our establishment. Our dress code is very tight. Basically, no.
What is your dress code?
Our dress code is casual, but neat. Basically, no sneakers. You can wear jeans, but also we'd like to have, if you had a coat, usually button-up shirt, more business attire to come in there. But we do allow for jeans as long as you have shoes and with a sports coat, stuff like that. Basically, our security will be at the door, checking everybody. We do not allow, like I said, we're pushing for 23 for women, 25 for men to come into. We're going for an older crowd. Just the things that we were going to do is just keep the people out. Our price points are very high, yeah, our price points are very high. We're looking at, $15 for beer, $20 for drink. So we keep.
Do you have bottle service?
We will have bottle service, yes. We will have bottle service. Yes.
And also, you can't forget, he's going to have 2 security guard companies, both of which are run by former police officers. So.
And I'm sorry, one more thing. I did grow up working in this industry. Ever since I was allowed to work, I've been in this industry for over 20 years. And then I opened up a restaurant and then a strip club, another gentleman's club, and I'm looking to do a gentleman's club. This is what I know to do. And every gentleman's club that I've ever been into, it's been a high-class, high-end gentleman's club. I do not intend to have it, go back to the way it was there. Not at all. I wouldn't open up a place like that. Not at all.
I don't want to repeat myself too much, but his track record is that nothing.
You are repeating yourself.
No, I understand, but I can't overemphasize.
I know,
think
but
we got it, we
I
got
don't
it.
have any questions, so.
So can we hear from?
No problem.
I'd like to respond to some of the comments that were made, and I think it's very important to clarify a few points, because I think some of the statements that were just made by either the applicant as well as his legal representative were either false or misleading to all of you. For starters, he mentioned that they didn't have an opportunity to be heard. I mentioned at the beginning of this that we, as a Consumer Affairs Committee, did not consider their initial petition to us because it was submitted to us upon arrival and had them put that to the side so we could begin with questioning. Not only did we listen to the applicant, the legal representative, we also listened to alleged third-party persons who were supposed to be what we call a community center, Bangladesh residents. Allow me to finish, this is important. And we asked them, I have a few points to make, but we asked the Bangladesh, the individuals who were present that were supposedly third-party persons. We asked them, did you have any contractual relationship? Did you have any other kind of third-party status that you would normally have from a legal perspective? And the answer was consistently no, and then they effectively said, oh, we're actually going to be employees of the applicant. We're not going to actually be third parties. So we really were highly suspect of whether there really was going to be a so-called under 60/40, where there's going to be an actual community center there for that express purpose. Two, the applicant kind of seems to discount the notice, the 30-day advance notice, but the 30-day advance notice, and I mentioned to him, is defective. We need another 30-day advance notice. That it should say.
Sir, I'm going to stop you. You are doing exactly what I asked you not to do.
Sure.
Everything you're mentioning is in your letter. It's in there as more specific than you could even tell me. We have 50 people waiting to be heard here.
Sure. Could I
If you think that they were lying about you, then tell me about it. But other than that, we don't have time for this.
Let me address the petition then, at least. The applicant came before you saying that I wasn't checking people's driver's licenses. He was very dismissive. Well, generally, when you have a petition, usually you have an attestation page or a witness page, and none of those, and I'll gladly submit this to the board. You could look at this. There's not one witness statement or attestation page at all for this. It's not dated.
He told you how he collected them. He was out on the street. Now, I'm not telling you they are accurate. They probably aren't. But how we're going to go find those people and say you
I took
signed
the New York
this
City
illegally?
New York City Board of Elections voter registration file, took a sampling of 4 streets by our district office, and all of them did not match. Not even one matched him. Aside from there being no
You may be
existing
100% correct, but what do you want us to do about that?
Well,
you want me to go into a grand jury with that and say...
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that for a basis of considering whether to approve
I
or
don't
not
even
approve.
have it. They didn't submit it to us.
We submitted it as part of our Appendix A. We did submit
I don't
it, sir.
have it.
We did
And
submit
I
it as
didn't
part
look
of the
at it,
letter.
so I don't...
It is part of the record. We submitted it as Appendix A.
And you described it at length in your letter. Is there anything not in your letter that you want to talk to us about?
Yes. The applicant's legal representative mentioned that he was talking about certain case law and basically talking about third parties and so forth. But from there's also case law that's come out recently. I don't know if it was the 21 group or Gypsy Rose. I don't remember exactly. Again, I don't practice before this LA. But you are supposed to take into consideration the community interests, and those community interests are quite strong in this particular instance, especially with respect to public safety and the concerns that have been raised for the previous at that particular location by the 114th. This is a significant drain on their resources. It's not like a light resource. This has been a significant hotspot. We're now going to put the 114th back in that situation again. And I could just say on behalf of the community, we don't particularly agree with that assessment of the case law, that we should not be taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, look, I've said it all. If you would want to put this over so that I can show you the case law, which categorically states that you can't consider the previous history of the premises to someone who had nothing to do with it, I can show it to you.
No, but we can take into consideration the community interest based on the case law that our council cited in a non-500-foot case.
Well, we know where that'll end up. So you're very adept at showing other courts. So we'll go down that road.
See that? Yes, I do take out Article 78. I don't look to take out Article 78.
I know.
I'm quite successful on Article 78 but I'm here to try and resolve this. We went to them, we wanted to talk about stipulations. He wouldn't allow us to talk about stipulations. I don't even know what the vote of the committee.
Well, the one thing, and why don't we vote first? Go ahead.
Can I ask a question before you
Yes.
Yeah.
So what type of stipulations were you willing to offer the community board?
Well, like I said, we wouldn't have garage signs. We wouldn't go girls, girls, girls. We wouldn't have neon signs up. The whole purpose of this place is an upscale gentleman's club. For all intents and purposes, you'll just see the words mystique, mystique. It won't.
So that was the only stipulation you were going to offer?
But they wouldn't.
I know, but I'm asking, didn't you have some in mind that you were considering offering them?
I'm willing to discuss what I can do to make them.
Yeah,
It sounds like there isn't anything you can discuss. I wouldn't even waste your time.
Well,
So-
I would agree with you. It'd be a complete waste of time, and that's what made.
I mean,
this
we
so-
obviously always would rather that be done at the community board level. In my mind, I believe that's the purpose of the community board, but in this instance, it's obvious that that's not going to happen.
There
So,
seems to be a moral issue that this community board has with topless dancing.
and if that's the case, and it comes back as an Article 78, there will be no stipulations, because then you don't need to worry about
I
it.
agree, but we're trying to work with them. They heard topless. They don't want to deal with.
I
us at
know
all.
that. I don't know if that's true or not, and it doesn't really concern me right now. But it clearly is not our position, and that hasn't even been brought up. The topless, but so we're going to go forward.
So the NYPD, they submitted a letter to us, or is this just, I know it's in the community board
No, the
resolution.
NYPD submitted
We
no
did
letter to you.
no letter.
Nothing. This is strictly from community board number one.
Now, if you got it, it doesn't mean we got it. We did not get a letter. Is that what you're going to tell me? You got a letter?
I submitted an appendix with a report that was represented to be from the 14th. That's where we got the data from. In terms of the morality issue that he just raised, we did approve a gentleman's club as well as a.
No, but that
King Bar
appendix, does it
Resources.
say that they
That's
have
not a
reserv,
morality issue
does
here.
the
No.
appendix doesn't say that.
Constitution and public safety.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead. I don't know.
So, I mean, this is a tough call because I think, you've got a location with serious history. 2 other times prior, they had the same type of business that was being operated, and it was a significant drain on police resources. And on the other hand, you have an applicant who has a relatively clean history with the SLA, operating a similar type of business, and with the zoning 6040 in that location for such an establishment, it lends itself to say that maybe the location is designated as someplace that could hold this type of business, but then that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to license it as such, just given the history. So, but setting aside the history, I think the community interest, the police precincts expression to the community board, not to us directly, but their concern of having another similar type of business has me concerned about what may occur there. But I don't know.
Ron, say something.
I need a little help here.
I can try, but I don't know. I mean, I have to call them. Just.
No, you're not. You're doing good.
I'm just telling you. So.
I've heard what you said, Commissioner, and what troubles me is you're relying on what the community was saying as to what they think the precinct said to them, and it seems to.
Right. So that is true. You're right, and that's why I wanted to know if we had something. And
But in contrast, he's had direct communication with a.
well, the detective. So I feel like, you know what? Got it. Okay. So I feel like I'd like to. Yeah, I think I'd like to adjourn it actually to get that information, because I think that's significant. If they're telling me, if the NYPD is telling me this is going, they have because of the 2 histories and the location and the type of venue it is. If they submit something where they say they have significant public safety concerns and a drain on resources, I think that would
Okay.
heavily weigh on my decision.
Who's going to get that?
Well, I guess you would have to get that because that's.
With all due respect, I think that's somewhat prejudicial.
I will reach out to them.
Thank you.
Worked with
We
them
will
very
reach out.
closely on the summary
We will
suspension
find out.
with Karen Enterprises.
Yeah, I'll
So you're just going to get us something in writing, or
Whatever they'll
we'll take a
give us.
person?
I'll give you Detective Negron's name and.
It'll actually be Noel who'll be reaching out to
Concerned
them.
about establishment counter, what the applicant's stating, and we should also be concerned.
Wait, this is going to get adjourned, so we're going to save all that. What's the date?
Get the information.
21.
6/21.
Thank you very much.
This is why.
On a side note, though, we do have 2 security teams that will be active.
Got it. We got
Okay.
it. Thank you.
I have one
Is
more.
yours?
Who would have thunk that Commissioner Kim would have saved you there? Yes.
Because I was questioning the integrity through the false petition. Are we allowed to also submit something to the SLA showing evidence of the false petition?
That you can submit anything you want. My question would be, how are you going to show intent?
Are we going to show intent with absolutely entire false petition?
Yeah, I mean, how are you going to show that you didn't tell us it was absolutely false? You said you found out significant number of names were not the same.
Things were entirely false.
You can submit anything you want. The one thing I will say to you is that I don't put a lot of weight in handwritten petitions, no matter who sends them to me, because of that. Because I can't verify if they're accurate or not. So what you telling me it's false is not surprising to me.
Only the false part is that it's the integrity of the process.
I think you should just submit it. That's the bottom line. The more samples you have that show that they're not valid, then the better your case will be.
We will do so.
I get it. All right. Thank you. Well, the voter registration too, people move and things like, but if you're telling me physical addresses don't exist, that's irrelevant, but not the fact that they don't necessarily match the person living there at the time.
They expressed there was a current petition, so the current.
Right, well, still, but I'm just saying, there's a lot of movement in the voter registration database. All right, thank you.
As anticlimactic as it is.
We done on this one?
Yes, we're done.
1314. It's a request for declaratory ruling, Astoria Craft.
Wait a minute, you don't have?
I don't know. Who do I have? Which one do you have?
Jackie, is he right on that
Well, I
committee?
don't know.
thing?
On the catering?
We didn't want the calendar.
No, we just litigated that. Remember the Mexican karaoke place in Brooklyn with Frank
Yeah, I mean, I
Palillo?
wouldn't.
Trying to see if you had
It was a
something.
restaurant. If it was a restaurant, I wouldn't be given a license there. We've done that plenty of times.
That's, Mr. Mallett doesn't agree with those cases. but-
Right.
Disciplinary?
Are you so are we on 1314, Jackie?
No, he had, I guess he had signed in for something else, but I didn't get the number.
So can we do 13, 14 while they look for it?
I'll just give it to me and I'll put you in after this guy. Okay? All right, we're on 1314. It's a request for declaratory ruling? Sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Held, Council Flug. My name's Mike Paludas. I'm an attorney. I'm here on behalf of Astoria Craft LLC. I'm joined today by Todd Dufresne, one of the entity's 3 principals. My client presently operates under a tavern wine license at 1801 26th Road in Astoria, Queens.
So I think the main issue here is the 200-foot law, and we're talking about how there are 2 places of worship, and it seems that one has kind of lost its exclusively occupied as a place of worship, quote-unquote, status, but it seems the other one still is an exclusive place of worship.
So I imagine you're suggesting that the building at 2613 18th Street is still maintaining its exclusivity. Is that correct?
That's
the Portuguese-speaking Church of New York?
Right.
Yes.
Right. So the argument that the applicant, that the licensee would make, Commissioner, is that the statute specifically refers to, it does list items, different uses that would not remove exclusivity, but it also points out that the that even those listed uses cannot, if they detract from the predominant use of the building as a place of worship, allow the building to maintain its exclusivity. And the licensee's position is that by taking the catering hall or the social event space that the church maintains and rents out to non-congregants and adding the additional service of Ms. Concierco's catering business, that they've gone beyond just offering the space for social events, that there is essentially and that there is a separate catering business being operated through the church, and that is enough, and that it detracts from the nature of the business, the nature of the building as a place of worship.
What counsel's office focused on was the nature of the rental agreement, and there is no alcohol there, and the church has very tight control over the rental agreement, that it doesn't overtake the church as the primary. It really does seem to be incidental for those community events.
The contract does specifically say, though, that the party renting the space could hire separately Ms. Concierco. It specifically delineates her services from those that the church is offering.
Yes, it does, correct.
So I take it there's no persuasion.
And is there a fee-sharing arrangement here in the leases
With the,
with the church and the,
no, the fees for the catering go to the church.
and then what about if they hire the church kitchen
I don't-
director, chef?
I don't know if that was in the lease.
It appears to me, based on the contract, which of course is not, right, we don't have the benefit of discovery, and there's not a full record that's been developed, but what we have is a contract that says that the parties that rent the social hall can separately hire Ms. Concierco, and that the price for her services will be negotiated separately with her.
But it sounds like that they do have to hire the kitchen director and chef if they have any plans on using any of the appliances,
Mm-hmm,
cooking appliances.
mm-hmm. Yes.
It doesn't,
Well, there are cleaning fees also to take out the trash.
it doesn't specifically say that you cannot hire your own caterer. The contract does not state that.
It does state, though, if you plan on using their cooking appliances, you do have to.
Yes,
At least
'cause
that's the
it's-
information I have.
It says that this package does not include uses of kitchen. Then under additional services
Right,
are the kitchen basics.
right, but right, it doesn't say specifically that you could not go out and hire a separate caterer
Right,
or
no, it
party to come in and operate the kitchen facility and appliances. But what jumps out at me is the fact that you have to hire separately Ms. Concierco, that her services are separate from the church's. Now, again, I don't have information for you regarding the fee, the fee sharing. And,
Why is that significant to you?
well, because
You can go out and hire another catering firm, too.
well, it's unclear whether you can or cannot do that. But clearly, Ms. Concierco is a separate,
Running a business out of the location.
she's doing business out of the church. She's running a catering business out of the church.
I mean, that's why it's hard to rule on your argument unless we know what the fee sharing or the arrangement between Ms. Concierco and the church is. Because when I read this, you can read it the way you're reading it, or you can also read it as, if you want to use the kitchen, you're not required to hire her, first of all, right? But if you want to use the kitchen, here's somebody that they trust, because she seems to be the kitchen director and chef, as opposed to some other random person coming in, and she will help run that portion of the area, and then whatever, depending on the quantity of work and time required, she'll best know how to charge. And then I don't know if some portion of that goes to the church or not, but I would think in some ways it's kind of like, I guess, an independent contractor for the church.
Or an overtime for her that you're required to pay.
But it also says that you have the option of hiring her catering services.
Right.
Which is I mean, I would argue a distinct service apart from the offering of the event space to the non-congregant members.
Okay.
I mean, but persuasive? So yeah, I think we're at the where we started. I mean, I think this is incidental to what they do, and I would hold that the 200-foot law does apply in this case, continues to apply.
Yeah, I would rule the same way. I just think that even though they are capable of hiring her, it doesn't even appear I don't know whether she has a business outside of this or not, but it would appear to me to be incidental to the primary purpose of the church.
But that being said, if she starts marketing herself as, Karen, whatever, XXY catering services and uses that as an address and independently is doing contract work there.
Yeah, if she's running a business out of the church, that's a different story. But that's not the way I'm reading this lease.
The determination is without prejudice, and if
You can come back as many times as you want.
It's
yeah.
without prejudice.
if we're able to establish additional evidence that the business is more robust than what appears in the contract.
Well, it's not, in my view, it's not that it's more robust. It would be more that she's running a catering business out of there. And just because they're hiring her to use the appliances when they're in there, it may be, and I look at it as the way Commissioner Kim does, that the church is more comfortable with their own person running the equipment. That's the way I see it. But you can certainly submit anything you want.
Thank you for your time.
And are the members also ruling that the other church, though, with the rental?
I think that is not a,
that is
yeah,
not a-
that's not subject to the 200-foot rule anymore.
Thank you.
In fact, 200-foot law, I'm sorry.
Huh?
I said rule.
There's only one person you offend when you do
I know. He's probably watching.
1239, Farmers, Sports, and Social.
39.
Martin Mailer, Mailer beside me. There's been a hearing, so I'm not going to address.
It's in records. I have 5,000. Staying the charges.
What do you have?
5,000.
5,000.
Thank you.
Wow.
Look what I found in my pile.
What is that?
My daughter's drawing.
13 what?
1359F, 268 West Broadway, also.
259. 1350.
Real Housewives case.
Oh, okay.
It started out as a tied house.
Good afternoon, John Highland from Sherry and O'Neill for the licensee. We've made a conditional no contest offer of $15,000 and here to answer any questions that you might have.
I don't have any. Do you have any?
Cancel and bond. Why do I have cancel and
No.
bond?
No, this was the, excuse me, the concern was that somebody, Ramona Singer particularly, who has an interest in manufacturing, also has an interest in retail based on news articles and several episodes of a TV show, The Real Housewives of New York City. And that's what the initial inquiry was made. It was shown that there was a contract that was actually drafted that would have given Ms. Singer both an interest in manufacturing and in retail. However, apparently that contract was never executed.
Voided, yeah.
Got it.
But she had still, and the licensee had still permitted her to hold herself out as the licensee.
Okay. All right. I accept. 15.
I accept him. Thank you.
Thank you.
1305, Bricktown Incorporated.
What did he say?
Good afternoon, Ronald St. John for Bricktown, Inc.
Is this one here, because you can have it further, it's the bottom one.
The bottom one. Approved with stipulation of no on-premise drinking or slot machines.
Such the reminder, no alcohol, no consumption for an off-premise, and
Previous license was canceled, right? When was that canceled? Recently. Do you know that the previous license here was canceled?
No, we have no contact with that business. That was another store. It has nothing
But do
to
you know
with
that it
us.
was canceled?
No, I don't know.
You just saw an empty space?
Yeah, we rented an empty space from the.
Looks like it was canceled for failure to pay the fine.
All right. And so you have no relationship with the prior
No, sir.
licensee? All right. So I think, and you won't have any on-premise drinking, correct?
No, absolutely not.
And also no slot machines?
No.
All right. With those stipulations, I'll approve.
I'll approve.
Thank you very much.
D, E and G Liquors.
1359. Oh, yeah. E&G Liquors.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Argelio Rodriguez, attorney for E&G Liquors, and I'm also here with the principal and his wife. And this is pretty much a conditional no contest offer for $5,000, and also reducing the size of a counter by 6 feet and updating a diagram of the layout. In way of background, this liquor store license was approved at the time. What's important to know is the language used by Commissioner Green and Commissioner Kim throughout the presentation, as well as the language that was used during the approval itself. So to be specific, Commissioner Green approved this liquor store license based on the fact that it's not a bulletproof glass store. And if you were to even hone in on her language, when she approved it, she said, you're going to have problems if customers have to go through glass to get product. On this basis, I'll approve it. Following up with that, Commissioner Kim explained that he agrees with Commissioner Green, and he approves it as well based on this open aspect of the presentation. The reason I explained that, I give that background is because there's two moving parts to this case. Number one is really this issue of whether there were misrepresentations made during the application process. And so the debate here is what were the representations made, and did we comply with them? And so to hone in on it, it's this issue of a bulletproof glass store that was referenced throughout the presentation, and also it was used specifically during the language, approving of this application.
Well, what about the diagrams?
Right.
Did the layout of the store agree with the diagrams that were submitted to us?
Right. So if we were to address the diagrams, basically the issue is there's a space designated for a cashier, and so what the issue is when it came to the diagram on the cashier space is the counter was basically extended for a portion of the store. And so that's also another element of this case. The reason that okay, let's take a step back. If you enter the store, there's a glass partition. And first off, the reason there's a glass partition is because the cash register is there, the lotto machine is there, and it's a mere 3 feet from the door. Then there's a counter. So the counter extends through the store. The counter itself is a display counter. All right, it's not meant to be any kind of partition to the store. So it's a very narrow store. It's 12 feet, and on one side of the store, customers at all times can walk into the store. On the other side of the counter, it's meant for the little small bottles on the counter itself, and then there's also it's meant to be some high-end product as well behind it. I can also address this other prong of this case, which is this issue involving inventory.
If somebody walks in, can they grab a bottle that's against the wall?
Yes. So
with the counter there?
well, so they can grab product as it is right now. They can grab product on half of the store. If you're talking.
It's a narrow space of this product on both ends of the wall.
Right.
One
So
side you can't get
I can't
product
get one side, only one side.
Right.
You can get 60% of the product is on one side, 40%
Right.
is
But
on
What's
the
the
other.
40, what's the 40% I can't get? What is that product?
Small bottles, 200 mLs, 375 and nips.
So,
Right, but to be clear, throughout the presentation itself and throughout all commentary of the full board, the issue time and again, referenced 3 times, and then also during the actual approval itself was no bulletproof glass, and they've always complied with that. And
What's the glass for?
well, okay, so if you enter the store, there's a glass partition there right by the door. Well, the idea is that there's a lotto machine that has lotto funds, and so the concern was that there's regulations involving safeguarding lotto funds. So if you enter the store, then the concern was safeguarding the lotto funds, so folks can't, having a barrier there for the lotto funds.
They're allowed lotto.
Yeah. Odd, but true, yes. Yeah, I think the point was that the commissioners voted and relied very heavily on the representation that it was not going to be a store that had any partitions, and that was a very big issue and always an issue with Commissioner Green when she voted, and probably would not have voted to grant this license if she knew there was going to be any partition for lotto or anything else.
I'd like to address that by submitting some pictures.
I'll ask it later.
And so if we were to take a step back at the actual.
That is exactly the type of
Exactly
thing
the type that she doesn't
that she
want.
wouldn't have.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what the focus of the discussion was at the presentation, avoiding that.
No,
And
so what's your store? Let's see pictures of your store. You
Is this your store?
No. Those are meant as an example for what was discussed at the presentation before
But
Commissioner
you've been
Kin and
before
Commissioner
us
Green.
enough. Come on. Now I'm getting a little upset because you've been before us enough, and or I hope you had known, that when Commissioner Green in particular talks about an open space, open floor plan, she's talking about a place where you can walk in and reach 100% of the items, and that there's no barrier, whether it's wooden or bulletproof glass or whatever physical barrier preventing the customer from reaching out and obtaining the products that they want. And so, you're coming back and you're trying to play word games about what open space means and if it's just meant that bulletproof shouldn't be there, glass. And I think you know exactly why we approve this store in this location when there are a lot of other stores here, because it was represented to us that it would be an open store, a higher end type open store where it would be a public convenience and advantage. And this clearly is not what was, this wasn't the diagram you submitted, correct? Am I correct on that? That there is a discrepancy between this store as it exists and the diagram that you submitted that we relied on?
Right, but what's important to note is what is the difference. So the difference is the length of counter.
There shouldn't be any difference. That's the problem, is that we relied on your statements and the diagrams to make this decision, and then it doesn't comply with what you did. And I wouldn't have, if you showed me this picture, this is not to me an open store.
The focus of the presentation throughout the presentation was on no bulletproof glass, period. Okay?
If you're going to keep on that, you're going to start losing your credibility with me for other cases. If next time you come here and you represent a client, I'm going to have to spend 10 minutes detailing out exactly what I mean by every terminology that we start using. I think if this were your first time, I'd be like, okay, I understand, but it's not. And you know what we meant when we voted, and we can play word semantics if you want.
No,
but
I don't.
I think that this does not comport with the diagram that was submitted to us, and that's in itself is an issue. But the partition, the bulletproof, and I'll make it clear for everyone on the web now too, when we talk about open floor plans versus, or when we say non-bulletproof glass stores, I think currently the stores that have these bulletproof glass leads to the kind of atmosphere that you're saying doesn't allow people to have the public convenience and advantage to grab things from the shelves, look at the bottle, and they have to always ask somebody for it, right? So the idea is to be having access, not what the physical material is that's preventing people from getting at it, whether it's a wooden partition, whether it's steel. I don't know what, I want to make it just clear once and for all.
We recognize that, and
Sorry, I think it's important to note that the members haven't granted any licenses for any bulletproof stores on Jerome Avenue, and Commissioner Green made it very clear that the last thing Jerome Avenue needed was another bulletproof store, and that the only reason the members were even putting a new liquor store on that area was for a nice place for people to shop that didn't feel like a prison.
Are those her words?
They didn't get it.
Prison was my word, but yes, she frequently talked about
My next
being-
question is this shelf coming out?
You mean the shelf, the glass?
Right here, I'm assuming that goes the length of the store?
Right, so the conditional, as of right now, the conditional no contest that's being offered, and we can discuss this further depending on, how the principal, what his position is, but what's being offered is a reduction of that counter by 6 feet. But
How long is the store?
The store, you mean in terms of?
How long is the counter now?
So it's 12 feet in width and 50 feet or so.
And that
depth.
so that counter right now is going 50 feet?
No. 25.
And you want to take 6 feet off it?
Yes.
How about we take 20 feet off it?
It'll compromise the whole lotto set.
But I see your lotto set up right here. I don't see how it's going to compromise it. I got a picture of it.
If we can, I would like the opportunity to discuss it with them in a little bit more detail.
I mean, if they, listen, I haven't been here that long, but the minute people started comparing bulletproof, which where I live, they don't have bulletproof stores. So I had to learn what they were pretty quickly. And when they discuss bulletproof versus open floor plan, if somebody voted for an open floor plan for this is not an open floor plan. It's not even close. So the only alternative here, in my view, is to make it an open floor plan or shut it. Because you're not leaving it the way it is. And 6 feet isn't an open floor plan either. An open floor plan, it means I might have 5 feet for a cash register, lotto machine, whatever, and other than that, it's open. That's my view. I don't know what his is.
No, I mean, we wouldn't have approved this in this location, because to me, that's not what is an open space, open floor plan. It's not. And you still do have some glass or bulletproof glass. I assume it's bulletproof. This is not, so it's not even a discussion in the sense that you wouldn't have had this license in the first place if you came in with this in the first time around. So you're actually getting an option to go and comply with your diagram and the way you had said it was going to be, and the way I hopefully made it clear Commissioner Green and I thought we were voting on, or it gets shut. Those are your choices.
Which I completely respect, and thank you for the opportunity. If I can I have a couple minutes to discuss? Okay.
You can put it over, for all I care.
I think we can come up with an answer pretty quickly, I think.
Yes.
1310, and this would be 1310, 1311, 1312, and 1313. Taj Sports Lounge.
Good afternoon. Royston Pinnock. I'm here representing the Taj Sports Lounge.
Pardon me?
I'm the principal owner for the Taj Sports Lounge,
And
Royston Pinnock.
what's your name?
Royston Pinnock.
Have you seen the ALJ's decisions?
Yes.
So they upheld all 4 disapprovals?
Yes.
So I'm going to adopt them? I don't...
Yeah, I agree.
So it's disapproved.
Okay.
The disapproval was upheld on all 4 requests for review, so they're adopted.
Okay. And that's fine.
And thank you.
All right.
1316, Lily.
Chairman, Commissioners, Ms. Flug, good afternoon. Kerry Katsouras for the licensee, together with Mr. Thomas. This is an application for reconsideration.
So what, so you said you wouldn't have a DJ.
Commissioner, I believe the crux of the problem with the community board was the hours of operation of the prior owner, and that the prior owner operated and sold illegally after 4 o'clock and sold up until 4 o'clock. My client steakhouse, hours of operation will be only till 2 o'clock on the weekends and 12 o'clock during the week.
Yeah, I think so is there any new information that we're even considering here? Because we had already denied this. And unless you,
They argued that you were looking at an old application.
Yeah, that's why we submitted the minutes of the proceeding for your review. And I believe Ms. Held received a communication from the community board
Yes, I forwarded it to Mr. Katsouras.
today asking to meet with us.
Asking to meet with you?
And my client.
This was from the district manager, Ms. Reed. She's indicating that, they understand that they will be heard today for reconsideration. Kindly note the applicant has not met with the community board to submit any new documentation regarding revised plans, hours, method of, nor serve notification that they intend to reapply. We respectfully request the SLA reserve its final decision on the matter until the community board has had an opportunity to meet with the operators. If, however, there is no significant change in the planned operation from a bar to a restaurant operation, then community board's position for this application will remain unchanged. We believe that the plan will not be beneficial to the immediate neighborhood nor the overall community.
yeah, I remember this.
If the crux of the problem with the community board is our client's hours of operation to serve alcohol, will diminish the hours of operation. As a matter of fact, my client is willing to close the sale of alcohol at 12 o'clock at night. Just wants the opportunity to have his restaurant operating with on-premises liquor.
Yeah, I remember now reading through the transcript again. I mean, when he said that he had no connection with the prior owner, but he had started his application.
I went into detail on that, Commissioner. If you can see the affidavit submitted on behalf of the landowner.
Yeah, and I didn't find them persuasive.
Well, you never saw the affidavit of the landowner, the landlord.
That doesn't change the fact that he had a, forget it, I'm not going into it again. I made my point clear the first time
We
around.
would defer so we can meet with the community board and put this on.
No, the community board is only, that was more directed at us, to be honest with you, and it basically said before we were to approve this, if we were to approve it, they wanted to meet with you.
Yes.
And the only way we would grant reconsideration if there was something new presented to us, and I really don't see anything new that has been presented.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
my client's prior experience was questioned. We've detailed what my client's prior experience has been. My client has no relationship with the prior owner.
We've already had that. That's not new. We've discussed that.
He can't be held responsible for the actions of the prior.
I'm not telling you that is not even what I based it on. I'm just telling you we've had this argument before, and I'm not going around in circles. I didn't have it with you. I know Commissioner Kim did.
Please bear with me. I'm not trying to go around in circles.
I mean, I think the biggest problem was, and it's a problem with the community board, is that this is a problem location in the past.
This is a restaurant, not a nightclub. It's not a topless joint. It's a steakhouse.
But you presented nothing new here, so.
I respectfully submit, Mr. Chairman, I think I have. In my presentation, I gave you my client's background recommendation.
We had his background. I know you told us the last time you were here he owned a steakhouse in the Dominican Republic. We were aware of that. Am I wrong about that?
No.
Letters of recommendation.
I have the letters of recommendation, but they're not, and I'm not basing this just on the community board. It doesn't change the history of the place.
But my client can't be held accountable for the history of the place. He wasn't there. He had nothing to do with it. He's a member of the community trying to operate a steakhouse. He wants a chance.
I get that. It's just, and I probably would give him one. I don't think we can give him one. I mean, as we said last time, we can't give him one here. So I don't see anything new here, so I'm not granting the reconsideration. There are, and I will say for the record, there is a number of written signatures down in a petition, and there are a few letters of recommendation from John DeCorda,
The landlord gave a
Queens
very
Community
detailed
Board
affidavit.
3-member, and a member of the U.S. Customs and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. But other than that, I don't see any new information that would change my vote, so. Thank you. Or do you want to vote?
No, I voted to deny.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
$13.59, Diamond Food Mart.
Good afternoon. My name is Vishal Kumar.
Good afternoon. My name is
Approved.
Swami Joka.
He wrote approved?
He voted that.
Voted to approve. What are your hours again? What are your hours going to be?
It's 24 hours, sir?
You're open 24 hours a day?
Yes.
And they had,
It says approved. Diamond Food Mart.
Yeah, okay, so he's removing any opposition then.
and who's Mr. Joka?
Yes.
So you applied in January 16 and didn't tell us that Mr. Kumar was involved in the business?
Can I explain behalf of?
Oh, no, well, she applied, so I'd rather she explain it.
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਰਮ ਸੀ ਨੀਲ ਅੰਤਰਵੇਦੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਰੈਕਟਲੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਭਰੀ
The person who did it for us, he didn't do it correctly. That was the reason.
and we have to resubmit it again.
Yeah.
Did you read the paperwork that was submitted?
No, actually not, because he's supposed to put everything on the application, and he never even fill up the personal questionnaire before. But I have to go back to my the regular guy who do my application, and then we go through with everything. I make sure everything is filled up correctly, and that's why we submit it again, and we got the.
Okay.
Wait, so the premise email address is the same email address that Mr. Kumar used for his licensed premises? Attention Vishal Kumar, Diamond Food Mart, Inc. That's why we. Or was this for the?
Yeah, this was the previous one that we denied at this location.
And that was in November.
They didn't put his name on it.
So why would we
I don't
grant
know.
anything?
Good question.
And I mean.
Do you have a license now?
Yes, I have one of my other location.
So your name is?
Vishal Kumar.
Oh, so you're Mr. Kumar?
Yes.
And so you have licenses, but
As a Unmall Food Mart in Queens, Jamaica, for almost 2 years.
2 years. Yeah, so you already have a license. You've been through this process, and
Yes.
and you're telling me that when you applied in 2015,
Yes.
that the person who filled this out just wrote it wrongly?
No, he never wrote it wrongly. He never mentioned my name in the application.
But he was supposed to mention your name?
Yes.
And you were getting the Queen's license at the same time, right?
No, Queen one was.
Oh, that was in January of 15. Okay.
Right, so I guess, I mean, it doesn't seem like they're hiding anything because they're applying together now, right?
Right.
All right. All right, well, I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well.
Okay, I have one question, request actually. Can you expedite the approval letter because my the temporary license is going to expire on the 26th?
No, but you can get a extension of the temporary, correct?
No, we can, yes.
Yeah, file for an extension for the temporary.
Oh, so I will do.
Should go out by the end of the week,
That's what I'm saying.
whether or not you meet the conditions.
Well, when can you, the letter isn't the license though, right?
If it comes, if you can't.
I
meet
still
the
have 2 weeks.
For the expiration, then send in for a 30-day extension.
All right. Did you hear her?
You get the letter, you can, if
Yeah.
you can't meet all the conditions by the 26th, then send in a request for 30-day extension.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you.
So much.
1289, 784 Cafe.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you.
How you doing? I'm John Foley, the owner of 784 Cafe Inc.
And I'm Patrick Sterling, manager.
All right, so there was a fight that occurred?
Well, we alleged, we've been working with the precinct, because I was on duty that night. We've been working with the precinct, and they have come down 4 times, and I've gone to the precinct a couple of times to review tapes and everything. And I think they're about to debunk the case, because no one,
You have videotape on it?
no one saw anything. We didn't see a video. Nobody saw anything. The person who alleged she had a fight, one person said she had a fight. There wasn't a partner who could say, yes, I had a fight with her. So
Well, the person who struck her will probably say that, won't be saying I struck her. Do you know what I mean? Even
yeah, I understand, yeah.
So, I mean, the more disturbing part is that nobody called 911 or
She didn't do it till the next day.
She, the weird thing is, no one, as I said, there was no witness, no one
is there
saw
somebody
it.
who was injured?
She didn't go to the precinct till the next day. She didn't report nothing until the next following day it got reported.
So no one threw her out of the bar?
No, and there was nothing, no one saw
So
it.
then, you've kind of put us in a really difficult position here.
So the detective Locke,
Well, I don't care about the detective.
okay,
You received a notice that we were doing these charges, and then you defaulted on them.
no, because I didn't get the notice, and John certainly didn't get it.
Well, John, where do you live?
Usually gets it at home.
I live on 6 South First Street, New Hyde Park,
Well,
140.
that's where we sent it, and we sent it to the landlord as well.
I didn't receive it, and then we came here the other day on May 27th, and we talked to one of the lawyers, and then he told me to come back and,
It's not a different proceeding, but not the two downstairs.
What was that proceeding about?
Security guard not having a license.
Security guard not having a license.
Not having, yeah, which he does have, and I have the license here. It's another hearing, so that's for something else. But they said he didn't have one, but he does have one, and I have the license, so,
Oh, I mean,
and his picture and everything.
Now, what are the police telling you?
They investigated the case. They came by us to look. They talked to everybody, and they're thinking nothing happened either. We thought so, because nothing happened.
So she never went to the hospital, they never...
No.
she just
Is
went to the
anybody
precinct.
arrested and charged?
No.
Okay.
All right, well, dismiss.
I'll dismiss both of them,
Thank you.
only because you have honest faces.
I hope we don't have to come here again.
We hope so, too.
1339, WL Brooklyn.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Joseph Levy here representing WL Brooklyn LLC. I have with me one of the principals on the application. It's an application before you for a new retail liquor and wine store application.
Can you talk about your plan to sell to reciprocal states over the internet?
I don't think there is one at this point at all.
I didn't make it up. It was on the application.
What's your question, sir?
With respect
About-
to selling to other states outside of New York. Got to keep, obviously. We will be compliant with shipping only to places that we are allowed to ship to and not sending any alcoholic beverages to anywhere we are not allowed to.
What percentage of your business do you anticipate that to be?
The shipping?
Yeah.
The shipping, actually, we are primarily focusing on just New York for the New York store. We do not know because we don't have any track record. At this point, we're primarily focusing on just the retail operations within Brooklyn. We will have on a website, okay, but we do not know at this point how much we're going to do online.
So this is an interesting concept. It's not your typical retail liquor and wine store application. There is actually a greater concept here, and I'd like to talk about that for a moment. The focus here is going to be on the retail traffic, not on the website business, and that can be exemplified by looking at the plan for the space. This group has purchased, or not purchased, but signed a lease for a space, a lease that has been divided into two very separate and distinct spaces. One of them will be a retail liquor and wine store. One of them will be a bar, tavern, tasting room style place. The two spaces will be totally separate and distinct. There's an on-premise liquor license that has been applied for, deficiency letter answered, and we're expecting an approval very shortly. And this is the retail component. The idea being that consumers can have access in a different capacity to wines and spirits that are not freely tasted at typical liquor stores. The idea being that if someone had a higher end handcrafted spirit that they usually don't do taste of at a liquor store, they could go next door, they can have a bite to eat, they can taste some hard to find spirits or wines, and if they liked it, they could actually go next door and purchase it properly and take it home with them. So this is an interesting scenario because typically with liquor stores, there's no community board component. You don't actually get a chance to poll the community because there is an on-premise sister space right next door. We actually did go to the community board to tell the community board about this idea for both spaces, and it was something that the community board was very excited about and issued a positive resolution for the on-premise component. Now, granted, that's just the on-premise component, but they were pitched both ideas together as one experience. There have been a few times in the past, I know myself, I've done one, where there have been concepts like this that have been thoughts, been ideas, have been approved by this board, but for one reason or another couldn't get off the ground, whether it was for C of O issues or lack of funding or whatever it is. We are very, very happy to boast that we are not going to fall into any of those traps, that everything is just about buttoned up and ready to go. And the geographic location of this particular proposed premise is right in downtown Brooklyn, which is just exploding from a new residential development standpoint and a commercial development standpoint. Just within a few block radius, you have a 25-story building on Livingston Street, a 49-story building on Willoughby Street, 86 Fleet Place, which is directly across the street, is a 32-story residential development going up, another 11-story residential development on the other side on Fleet Place, another one on Willoughby that's going to be 36,000 of residential. So there's tons of new residential units coming into this neighborhood, and that's in addition to the fact that there are different food markets and halls and universities and Metrotech.
Okay. Yeah, but how do these people know each other? That's all I do have one question.
The principals on the
Well,
application?
there seems to be 5 principals, and they're all of varying ages and varying different careers. Are they friends or?
These are all customers of mine. I do have 2 stores in New Jersey. They've been customers. I've been in this business for over 15 years.
And who's going to run that? You're going to be in charge of running this?
No, one of the, actually, I will be overseeing the operations. I will be spending quite a bit of time, but we do have a managing partner too.
Who's that?
All Ho.
And he's going to do the on-premise as well, or?
We're gonna hire managers because it's in a different business.
Okay. All right, now I'm right.
We'll be spending a lot of time.
All right. And this is an area where there is a lot of construction, new construction. The sales for 3 out of the 4 have been robust and increasing. We did license a new location. The closest store was licensed in October 2014, and another one, second closest, was licensed in December 2015.
That appears to be an online-only store, though. I mean, their DBA is theliquorstore.com, I believe.
Correct.
I tried to look some
So-
information up on that. I couldn't find a whole lot.
But notwithstanding, the sales still seem to be robust all around, and closest is 0.4 miles away, and so I'll vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve. It's a unique concept. It's in an area that clearly is expanding. And as council pointed out, there's development in residential as well as commercial. And it seems to be an interest. Oh, the sales of the surrounding stores are also increasing. So even though we have put 2 licenses in there in the last 2 years, I think this is a unique and does promote the public convenience and advantage.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Sure. They're waiting.
So recall 1359D, E&G Liquors.
Did I delete that one? No, I don't have no idea what it is.
Okay, so
We're losing him.
Yeah. Good.
So we pretty much discussed the issue together, and we've pretty much accepted, to summarize Mr. Bradley's, Chairman Bradley's proposal, which is, to be specific, reducing the length of the counter. And if I can, I'd like to show a diagram of the space and, just get an idea from you guys if the proposal is.
Well, I mean, what you're going to have to do is go through licensing to do that, correct? So you're going to have to file something anyway, so I don't need it. I mean, they'll determine whether it's sufficient or not. That's not something that would come back here anyway, right, Jackie?
Okay.
You want it to? Yeah, I think we want it to.
Yeah, I think we should see it again.
So you're going to have to do an alteration, submit it with licensing, and it'll come back here. But I'll take under those circumstances, I'll accept the CNC for $5,000.
So it's 5,000 with the condition that the counter be altered to only be 5.
Right, and accurate, that the store be open and that that they come back and show us through alteration application.
Well, that's why I wanted to show the diagram, because it actually may be more like 6 feet.
That's fine. I'm not going to.
But there's bulletproof glass. Are you going to get rid of that?
Yes, exactly. That was the other part of it, that we accepted the idea of removing the partition. And
what are you going to do with your lotto funds?
That's actually, we were discussing that in the back. We actually need to find an alternative solution to it, but we will. The main thing is that we'd like resolution.
And is there a specific date the members want this alteration made by?
They have to file notice with us? Oh, public notice.
No, I mean, this is a liquor store.
Right. Right. Do they have to post notice or no?
I don't think so.
No, they don't for a liquor store. They don't have to do
All
that.
right, so 60 days, that at least give us a diagram of what's happening and when it's going to be done and that kind of thing.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And you accept the 5,000 too, right?
Yes, I accept the 5,000 based on those conditions.
1359B, MP draw.
Do you want this picture that they submitted?
Oh, somebody else's store, their store.
No, that is their store, and the other one
Good
is someone
afternoon,
else's,
Chairman,
so you can get rid of
Commissioner.
that, yeah.
Ravi Sharma for MP, well, actually for Sarid Drury, who is the putative 100% shareholder of MP Draw following the present application for a corporate change. I understand, sorry?
One of them wasn't able to open.
Which one was the?
From, I think, for an Israeli attorney.
Yes, I actually have copies of those.
Didn't you impose a
Can
rule,
I hand them up?
24 hours?
I have 4 copies here.
Remember, people have to submit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all, I read it, but, thank you. I mean, I don't know if you were here, Mr. Sharma, but chairman said at the last meeting, anything submitted 24 hours before the hearing date, we're not even going to consider it. I'm just,
I know, this was at last.
no, I'm reading, I read this, I'm
I got it
accepting
last
this,
night
but
around
I'm just telling you
midnight.
going forward. so-
I understand,
Okay.
and I did submit on Friday as soon as I had the letters
Okay.
from. the
No, I'm
letter
just
from
telling
Ms.,
you.
Levy. Thank you.
Prospectively. So this is messy.
Yeah, well, there's a messy divorce in Israel. There's a lawsuit in Israel before the rabbinical court. There's a divorce. Ms. Levy and my client have 2 children. She has refused to let him see his children. She's holding out for $200,000. She sued him in Israel. He sued her for divorce in Israel. She also sued him here, alleging some type of fraud based on promises in the marriage. It sounds kind of like an annulment cause of action, but she brought it in civil court. I submitted a letter from Mr. Kaplan, who is his attorney here. There's going to be a motion to dismiss this local case because she's brought the same case in Israel as the
All
counter.
right, so my bigger problem in all of this, and divorces get messy, this and that, but that doesn't give him any excuse to lie to us.
Well, I don't believe there's been any
Well,
lies.
the first one I'm going to start with, did he ever live in Hoboken? Don't look at him because you need to know too.
I don't see that he's lived in Hoboken on the personal questionnaire form that I submitted on his behalf.
It's not.
Exactly.
But I have letters here that are from him that indicate he was paying rent in Hoboken.
That doesn't necessarily mean he resided there.
Can I answer?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here.
First of all, good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm living in New York the last 25 years. You have a very strong background about who I am. I used to own several restaurants, the famous one, clean from anything, my license and everything. I never lied to nobody, and I feel a little bit embarrassed that I need to apologize about who I am. It's a messy divorce that I filed 3 years ago in Israel to a woman that got deportation from America without any of my knowledge. And she just want to get kids and green card in my behalf. All my past with the United States, when I owned the Waverly and Greenwich Cafe, the Cab Room, I serve all the community in the high level I can do. I have a clean record, never felony. The only crime I have that I'm just good in what I'm doing, and I never hurt nobody. I'm clean. And Miss Levy and me have an apartment in Hoboken, but it's not my apartment. It's her apartment.
You're lying to somebody because you have a letter that, am I incorrect that you're Sarid Vincenzo Bonfito Drori?
Yes, this is my name.
And did you do this letter to a judge that indicates I have a lot of documents and other evidence that shows I was living in my apartment that I never got to present this matter? I'm enclosing documents that show my online banking payments for this apartment, for rent to the landlord, and bill payments to Verizon.
Okay.
Well, that's to a court.
No, can I?
Wait a second. Wait a second.
wanna answer.
I'll let you answer, but I'm having a bit of an issue here because I made a FOIL request and I got a letter from Ms. Levy in response to the FOIL request, and I got nothing else. And now I'm hearing what you're saying, but I have not heard or read anything that you're.
I don't even know where this
referring
is
to.
submitted to me. What is it? Something
So
that his
I
ex?
feel like we're having I just feel like we're at a bit of a disadvantage here because I'm not. This is the first I'm hearing of this, and I have the copy of the email that I received from FOIL on Friday or Thursday, late Thursday, after I made it on Wednesday.
Where did these come from?
Document, which page? are you
It's
on?
the Superior Court of New Jersey. It was supplemental stuff we got. I think it is from. You don't think he got them all? Well, then you're welcome to them all, but I have serious, if you need to go read them and put this over, I have no problem with that. But, there's an affidavit here.
I do need to see them. Obviously, what you're saying sounds very serious. We do need to take a look at that. I don't have
So then you want to put this over and you can, I mean, you're welcome to the entire file. I'm not keeping anything from you.
No, I understand. I mean, you're obviously soon to be done. We would like to.
No, there's all, I mean, this is, it sounds like you don't have all of this, so.
No.
This whole thing you're talking about, this group?
Yes.
I don't have any of that. I got a 2-3 page letter from Miss Levy.
Then you're going to
and
need,
that's what I've been going on.
you're going to need to read all that.
I can give him my copy just right here.
And I am going to ask that it be put over. Unfortunately, I'm leaving at the end of next week for the rest of the month. So I'm looking for a July date.
5th?
July 5th. I'm coming back on the 6th.
Then we get July 19th.
July 19th.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
You need to see these documents first. You need to see.
You can take that package,
Yeah, you can have it. Yep. I'll see if there's anything else in there. Okay? Thanks very much. No problem. Awesome. 1260 Restaurant De La Mare.
Good afternoon, Timothy Allenwick, Norfolk Compromise.
It's 2,500, but
yeah, that's, oh, that was Buckley, okay. Whatever you want to do.
counter 2,500.
Counter 2,500. You got to go back to him, or?
Should I accept it now?
Yes.
Okay.
1241 Mr. Stubbs 2.
This is after hearing.
This was,
Yeah, cancel and bond. Charges were
and
sustained.
44 bags of synthetic marijuana.
Huh?
44 bags of synthetic marijuana.
And a machete.
With Viagra.
Collector's item.
21 pills of Viagra.
Viagra, too.
The arrest was a desk appearance ticket, which was never ready. We went up to the Bronx, case has never been made ready. He's now selling beer, the first of the non-bona fide charge. When they came in, he wasn't selling, he's selling beer.
He was selling all this, well, I'm not going to say selling, but he had all this other stuff, and he's not selling what he's actually licensed to sell?
Interesting. Here's the thing. There's the notice for the cannabis, the synthetic marijuana, went out on August 3rd. And they came in like still in August 27th. And he had it all wrapped up in a bag.
The notice, you mean our notice? Not our notice of pleading. What notice are you talking about?
No, the notice that he got arrested, I'm assuming, right?
The notice of pleading says they were there on August 27th, 2015,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
The Department of Health notice is dated August 3rd, saying that this is dangerous and has to be taken off the market. That was brought into him and served on him. So, he didn't immediately throw it out, but it's not like, it's there's been confusion on this. It was, a salesman brought it in, bought it from the salesman.
Confusion?
Yes.
All right, what do you want to do there?
Is there confusion about selling Viagra also?
I'll come down.
He was never, he was never arraigned on that.
Oh, he has no history.
I didn't
with
ask if he was arraigned on it. I asked if there was confusion about selling
10?
Viagra.
No,
Consider
more.
75.
20?
15.
15.
10.
No, I just said 10. He said no.
I just came down from cancel and bond because
I
he
had
had no
cancel and
history.
bond.
So
You're better off
He had
quitting
no
while you're
history.
here.
I know that's why he came down from cancel and bond.
He was at cancel and bond. I talked him out of that. So
Okay. And I have one other one.
1262, that's 168th Street.
That's an offer.
Superior Market, not you, that's you.
Offer 7,500. I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is 1341 and 1359G, it's DC 105. Just just so you know, the second proceeding wasn't forwarded.
1341?
1341, I have a new agenda sheet for you.
Oh.
I made an offer on both proceedings. The second case never got
Oh, that's what I
checked.
had. Where's case 11? Yeah, thank you.
I don't know how that.
Good afternoon, members of the authority, Chairman Bradley.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. You haven't seen me for a while because my guys are doing the right thing, I hope.
This is, let's see. What are we?
I don't see, you didn't change the offer, you just added charges on.
No, the memo discusses two cases.
Oh, I see, our original sheet was wrong. The dollar amount was correct, but the number, okay.
Correct.
Okay.
It's low, right? 6,000 for.
That's what I said, yeah, when I read it, I said it was low if all those charges, because the memo mentions all these other charges.
Yeah, this was a security guard who used pepper spray.
I would add
What are you at?
that,
I'm just trying to add it up.
if I may,
Yep.
Jim, they took some remedial measures in addition to the charges. The endorsement application was filed and approved, and all the licenses have been displayed in a proper manner. 7, 8, and 9 are all the same for the disorderly premise. And there's a new trend now. These girls have been operating this location since 2009 without incident. Additionally, there's a trend now that when there's an element in the area that has come in, so now the trend, like similar to Dykeman and Manhattan, they added security guards. One of these charges is that they added, when the SLA went out to the initial investigation or the initial date of the investigation, they claimed that there were security guards. I think that that's what we want when we see that there's an element or that there's something happening that they want to get control. So I would say disorderly premise is not the issue here. You know, that's what you want, them to pay attention to see if something's happening.
There's no question we want security guards, and I doubt that we've ever told someone they couldn't have them, but they have to tell us.
See,
Their application, they didn't have security guards on it.
This was in 2009. This is a recent incident. We're in 2015.
No, I got the, what are you, which one are you talking about?
No, they opened it, when they filed their application, it was in 2009.
I understand that, but it didn't say security guards, correct?
No, because at that time it wasn't warranted.
Right, but if they're going to start using them, they need to tell us.
See, that's new, and that's not on
Is that new?
That's not on the, no, it's not in the handbook that they have to update. And it's not on the method of operation on the old application.
Well, it's not, I can't speak to it being new because I've only been here a year, but I can tell you it's been going on a year. A change in the method of operation.
Yeah.
And on the
it's
2009
a bit of a
application, it is
double-edged
not
sword.
on the application. Now you have it, but it wasn't on the 2009 application.
Well, they need to tell, I mean, if that's what they're going to do, they need to tell us that they're
I
going
can
to do that.
update that for them and get
But
that
it's
in
still,
order.
you know, it is a charge. Because what happens is if people start using, if their application indicates they're not a security guard, that they don't need security guards, they're not going to use them, then all of a sudden they start using them, and we don't know about it, that kind of indicates to me that the restaurant or tavern may have started to turn into a club. It doesn't necessarily guarantee it, but we need to know that kind of information because you see it happening where you're practicing. I mean, how many places have come and said they're a restaurant, and 2 years later, because they're not making money, they turn into something else. So, I mean, it's important that we do know about that, in my view, at least.
No, I will send in, because we did the endorsement right away. I didn't know that they needed to notify about, I would have taken care of that if I would have
It's
helped
just
them.
it's just a change in the method of operation. That's all it is.
All right, 8,500.
Can we, and just on the last thing, they're not a location with incidents. They've been operating since 2009. 6,000 is fair, and I actually have the name of the security guard company if you wanted. It's Entourage Executive Protection, just for the record. It's a lot for
All these charges, they add up
Together.
to over $15,000, and I brought it down to 8,500.
And I think
because this is their first.
And I tend to agree with them. One, they do have a good history, but these charges all relate to 4 separate dates. So that to me indicates that there was a problem developing that we're going to make sure stops. So
Mhm.
I'm going to go with 8,500 as well, as a counter.
Can
So
I
do you
count it
ex-
with 75 or 85? is
No,
your
we're
final
done
answer?
countering today.
Okay, all right.
8,500, thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Let's take 5.
Did we do 1290?
Good night, or good afternoon, I should say. It feels like night. 1290, I don't know.
90 sounds familiar.
And you gave the license in Boston Spa, Sage Wine and Spirits?
Yes.
Yeah, for 5 minutes.
That was a different number, 1290 was somebody else, but.
Yeah, 1295, it's a,
95.
yeah, okay, I have it out.
continue with the remaining items. First item is 1235.
Offer 2,000, accept.
Accept.
1236.
Offer 6,000, accept.
Accept.
1237.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Okay, 1238.
1,500.
1,500.
1240.
500.
500.
1242.
They didn't, okay, they violated a stipulation to have a scanner. So,
It was the one with, I think it was with the nuisance abatement proceeding. They were
Yeah.
supposed to have scan people, everybody.
right.
Yep.
So they violated that. Do we cancel them or then do you just fine them for the improper conduct? I mean, what are,
Really our stip, was it?
I think it was our stip.
No, it was theirs.
It was whose? NYPD?
Yeah, stipulation of settlement 450-136.
Is theirs? What do you want to do? Do they have the scanner now? We're on 1242. Oh.
Just answer the email, though, that's more important. Yeah, we can cancel and bond, I'm sure they'll respond to that. I mean, it is, that's part of the stipulation.
Yeah, I mean-
They got 10,000 last time, so.
All right. 1243 through 1245.
Cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
1246.
3,500, accept.
Accept.
1247.
1,000, accept.
Accept.
1248 and 49.
Counter, 6,500.
Counter 6,500.
1250.
Grant, reconsideration.
Yep.
I think we got overruled.
We did.
Grant.
Send back to licensing.
Got it. 1251.
1,000, accept.
Accept.
1252.
1,000, accept.
Accept.
53.
8,000, accept.
Accept.
Be annoying, and I should go back to 1251, because that was a sale case where they didn't sell to the minor.
Oh, so the unauthorized trade, the 1,500, so I guess
Do
it's
they know
just
not to charge these anymore?
letter
At
of
this point,
warning.
it's getting ridiculous.
52 also is they didn't sell to the minor.
What did they do? Oh, you mean, so they found it, okay. So what do we,
Well, no, it's just,
Letter of warning.
yeah, both letter of warning.
It prompts them to actually fix the DBA violation. but
all right, so 1251 is now a letter warning.
And they actually did the right thing and complied.
1252
Counter,
is a letter
Letter of warning. Oh, yeah, letter of warning.
1253.
For 5 days suspension plus 10,000, accept.
I'm sorry, that's 1254 we're on.
54, yeah.
Accept.
1255,
6,000, accept.
Accept.
1256.
6,500, accept.
Accept.
1257, 58.
What the heck do I write here? 6,500?
That's what I got.
Yep.
Counter 6,500.
1261,
Offer 1,500, I accept. it 'cause it's long.
Accept.
1265,
4,500, accept.
Accept.
1266,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
1267,
10,000, accept.
Accept.
1268,
5,000, accept.
Accept.
1269,
Do they have food yet? I don't know if they have food.
On 1269?
Yeah.
That's the question I asked. Is it all fixed? This is Levy's guy.
yep. Then just give them a warning they have to have food on the.
Yes,
Yep,
yep.
25, that's 2,500, accept, yeah.
1270,
2,500.
2,500.
1272,
This is no food again. It's like a lot of serious stuff going on here. All right, I accepted the 2,000, but I think there's,
Well, it's, the bigger concern I have is they're just not getting it because they want us to dismiss the charges.
Yeah, well, yeah, they don't seem to acknowledge that they've changed themselves from a restaurant into what sounds more like a lounge with
Right.
couches and curtains.
But I'll accept and we'll see where it goes.
1273,
Letter of warning,
Letter of warning,
1274,
3,000.
3,000.
75,
Dismiss,
Dismiss,
76,
dismiss.
dismiss, and,
Oh, you have a note to go over it with Amy.
okay. Because you could have rehabilitated the guy. Did you read this? He testified to the wrong date and nobody picked up
Oh,
on it.
yeah.
1277,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond,
no bond.
Okay, cancel.
1278,
500.
500.
1282,
3,000.
3,000.
1283,
I'd cancel and bond. Drugs, the manager was doing
Well, it was an
drugs.
employee rather than the licensee.
Employee and manager had possession. All right.
I just had, I had cancel and bond too, and then I thought about how are we going to prove that he's.
So
accept.
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 1284 and 85,
I'll accept.
Accept.
4,500.
1286 and 1359E,
5,500 accept.
Accept.
1287,
Letter of warning, accept.
No. Oh, yes, accept.
1288, 1292 through 94.
I had at least 12
Yeah, but
or even more. Cancel.
cancel.
They have 5 boxes of prescription drugs.
Where did I see that?
And the unauthorized sales. I mean, the unauthorized purchase.
They're on 1290, correct?
No, yeah,
1288.
1288.
1292.
Then I'm on the wrong one.
Yeah, the next one is. Yeah. All right, 12,000.
12,000
Counter.
counter.
All right, for 1290, I have a request from the attorney to adjourn for, and he gave dates, and July 5th is the next one he's available on.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't see the point.
I know, well. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, 7-5. 1291,
Is there a bond?
no.
Okay.
Cancel.
1295,
Counter 5,000.
Counter 5,000.
1296,
5,000 accept.
Accept.
1297,
Counter 5,500.
counter 55,
Yep. Right, 2,500.
Okay.
Thousand each.
Counter 5,500.
yep, hang on one second. Just wanna
This
see-
is an interesting case, the next one.
Yeah.
Daylight
trying to see if
savings
they-
defense.
I'm just trying to see if they paid yet.
The problem is they had a.
I think it probably happened.
It probably happened, but they had a prohibited hours consumption
Right.
previously. That's the only reason why I don't. All right,
I
well,
mean, I don't know, was it
Oh,
daylight
oh,
savings time? I think it is advertised a time or two. This
It is,
guy
but
that-
I've missed it.
yeah. All right, well,
Working the weekend complaint rooms and going in at the wrong time.
Yeah.
we'll accept the letter of warning.
Accept.
Too generous. 1299,
4,500 accept.
Accept.
1300.
And the surveilling charge,
With default.
cancel.
What number is this?
1300.
1,300. Cancel and bond.
Oh, I got cooked up to my other one.
Okay.
This is.
Yeah, I
again-
got cancel and bond if
Okay.
if it is availing.
Yeah, 1301 is another one where they didn't sell.
Okay.
All right,
Letter of
letter of
warning.
warning.
1202,
That's for letter of warning. Accept.
Accept.
1203,
Cancel and bond.
oh, they're making an offer.
Oh,
They class changed, so the AX license has been surrendered
Oh,
to
it
issue
has?
the EB.
right,
So they're offering that.
so we just take it?
Do you want the history to follow?
Yes.
Yes. For sure.
1304,
I said 97 and 35 cases
Yeah, I had
on two
cancel and bond
different
here.
occasions, yeah.
Revoke and bond.
Okay.
Okay,
revoke and bond.
1307, I have a request to adjourn. I can't even see why, I can't even read this now. Didn't really give a reason. From the attorney
To win?
Trivades, June, oh, wait a minute. Oh, that can't make the hearing the 7th, July, pass for July.
July 5th.
1309 has been withdrawn, and all of it's been withdrawn. The alterations, method of everything that they were doing for the RW and this. I got all of it confirmed.
What's the
This
case?
guy's been so.
This is
beat
why
up.
not my
Oh, I
way.
pulled it already. Okay, that's
Yeah.
all.
Community
taken
board,
out.
Everything, yeah.
This was the guy who got a license by the skin of his teeth with the LES dwellers, and then it was like the first meeting you sat in on the back, and then he came before you again when he wanted to change that art gallery.
Oh, yes,
to
yep,
the Sushi
yep.
place.
1317,
8,500 accept,
Except,
1319.
12,000. And there's no food here too. There's like
Oops.
They also had a
dancing,
bartender. who was
bartenders
passed out.
drunk.
You want to cancel them?
Oh, it's the first series of charges we've seen. It was all pretty much on the same day, most of them.
what'd you say, 12?
12.
12,000 and send them a letter that they have to have food.
And no dancing. And bartenders need to be sober.
You want food, no dancing, and what do you want?
Yeah, you can
Sober
ignore, no,
bartenders?
you can ignore that one.
I think we're asking too much.
1320,
So 1,000 because second time, I think.
1,000.
Yeah.
1321,
1,500 accept,
Accept,
1322,
6,000 accept,
accept,
1324,
1,500 accept,
accept.
1325, a request from the attorney to adjourn to 621.
We can't just accept their offer.
I don't know.
Who's the attorney? Why would
Oh,
they?
this one's Palillo.
Oh,
He gave me this and two other ones. I think. Okay, then 1326.
2,500,
2,500.
1327,
cancel, and 1,000 accept,
Accept,
1329,
3,500,
3,500.
1329.
bond,
Cancel and bonds.
Okay. This is their, yeah, the class, wait a minute, what they were removing. The removal, they were conditionally approved to remove. We were going to have the history to follow, but they've expired. They've got no license to remove. So I'm just going to let you know that we'll,
So they should be canceled. Oh, so there's nothing to cancel.
well, you're canceling expired license, but then I can disapprove the removal because they have no license to.
license to
Okay.
remove.
I got it. If that makes sense to you, it made sense to me. 1330,
Cancel and bond,
Cancel and bond.
1331 and 32,
cancel and bond,
Cancel and bond.
Can we
1330.
go back to 1330? If you're going to do cancel rather than revoke, do you want to put a name stop on the person? These are the people who told them not to speak to the police.
oh, really? Yep.
Okay. Name stop and location stop.
All right, we did 31, 32, 1333.
So this like why dancing I have here. It's a comedy club that has dancing. Is it really a comedy club?
Well, what's in a name?
What's in the name? All right, 5,500 accept.
5,500.
1335 was a request from Attorney Palillo for 621. Carry over?
Where's he on another cruise?
Probably come back with another tan. 1338, fine wine, Tully.
So
Is-
yeah, the applicant's the
Question I
mayor.
had on this about the mayor. Does Tully, I have no idea what the size of Tully. Do they have a police department that the mayor is the head of the
Right.
police department?
I'm going to say no, but I don't know, but it's a valid question, so we probably have to put that over for her to appear.
Yeah.
Want to see if she has police, she or he? She has police powers, so
Yes.
that wasn't provided in here, okay. Over to 621.
Yes.
$13.42.
Counter at 7.
Counter at 7.
I'm stuck. 1343.
Cancel and bond. Counter.
Cancel and
The
bond.
counteroffer.
Yep.
1344.
License
Well, the
surrendered.
license is, I'm sorry, on 1343, the license expired
Yeah.
anyway, so I don't even know that we could take their suspension that they offered.
Oh, so we can cancel
For the most
them
part, it
both.
ends up being just $1,000 civil, which generally won't pay, so it'll be a $1,000 bond.
And 1344 is that what we're on now?
Oh, 1343
Third,
that you did.
No, I see that, yeah.
1343.
No, I'm fine with the cancel.
Okay. All right, and 1344, just so you know, there is no bond.
And there's no, they surrendered the license, right?
Right, I can take that, if they don't pay that.
Oh, we'll take the money and cancel. Okay.
This for 1344?
Yeah.
We just can't
All right, if they don't pay the 250,
Yeah.
then alternate will be canceled?
cancel, right?
Rather than, surrender, yeah. Okay.
200 bucks.
Or I take the refund. 1345,
200,
200.
1346,
it's 4,000. Oh, we dismissed 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, sustain 1 and 3, 4,000.
I actually had less.
What did you have?
2.
2,000, all right.
Simply because reading it, it does appear to me that they are being targeted.
all right, so I got 4 and 2.
I mean, it sounds like they're getting complaints when the bar's not even open. Noise complaints are being filed. So 2,000, or what did we do, split the difference 3?
No, 2,000.
2,000.
Okay. 1347,
3,500,
3,500.
1348,
dismiss.
Dismiss. Why did she go forward with this, Jackie? Any idea?
The one that I wrote wrong officer here,
Yeah.
probably because that's who showed up and rather than.
So don't even go. I mean, I'm just for her own benefit. It wastes the judge's time, wastes her time.
1352 at Spring Entertainment, that was a request for an adjournment. from
Well, that one's
Mr.
going to
That's
be
for
a
621.
lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, it'll be fun next week. 1354,
1354, 4,500 accept.
Accept.
1355,
It's had a lot of people, 550 people. It was a political rally and occupancy is 173.
What are we talking about?
It's
55, but
non-modified.
it's abandoned now, right?
They defaulted, yeah.
So I'm like cancel and
Cancel
bond,
and
right?
bond.
Yeah.
1357.
Cancel and bond accept.
Can't
Yeah,
accept.
These ones bothered me because Stacy Weiss did the cancel and bond and surrendered the license, and then saying that her client wasn't going to show up for the interviews. Thought that by surrendering it, she would avoid it. So I just wanted to check to see if we got the notice of pleading out. I'm sorry about the failure to appear, because that, I think, would cause a revocation. 'Cause they were specifically trying to avoid
Oh,
appearing, and I had asked Mike to charge.
Well, you said there may be more charges?
When you surrender, we only have 30 days to get a notice of pleading out.
Yep.
And I had asked that we get a notice of pleading out on the failure to appear for the interview. But as I'm looking at it now, he didn't get the notice of pleading out. So at a minimum, if you could put a name stop on the
Yep.
person because he failed, or
Yeah, cancel and bond name stop.
agreed.
1358,
Same thing, right?
Yep.
yep, same thing.
name stop too?
Yes.
Why not?
Did we do 1341? Oh, yeah, we did. That was, what's her name?
Yep.
What
I
did we
do
do
have-
on 1352? The comedy club in the basement?
621.
I have no other items.
That's it, Donald. We're done.